Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right. Well, welcome to the April 3rd City Council meeting. This is our regular meeting, and our valiant chair is out of town, and so she has passed the reins over to her vice chair. That's me, Megan Henry, so I'll be acting as the chair tonight. And we always start with the Pledge of Allegiance. That's what we're all here for. So I will ask Jessie Baker to lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jessie. Is that the first time you've led us?
No, there was one where Andrew and I were the only people in the room, and everyone else was virtually.
Well, very good. Very good. I just wanted then to have Jessie provide instructions on exiting the building in case of an emergency, and she's also going to review technology options for those of you attending online.
Thank you. So for those in the room, welcome. If there is an emergency during this meeting, go out either door to the left or right at the rear of the auditorium, and then turn left or right to exit the building. For those participating remotely, thank you for joining us. If you are interested in speaking on any agenda item on tonight's agenda, turn your camera on and the chair will call on you. You can also indicate that you would like to speak in the chat to me, and I would be happy to pass your name over to the chair. Other than that, we are not monitoring the chat for content.
Thank you. All right. So the next item on the agenda is the agenda review, and I'm going to ask my colleagues here if there are any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of agenda items. I do have one, but I'll listen for you first.
Apologies, I'm not sure if this is I'm still familiarizing myself with the rules and procedure, but I did receive, and I apologize again for the late notice, but I did receive I've been trying hard to engage with a lot of the citizens next door who are affected by the construction, and also just to better understand what the challenges are associated with that we discussed at the last city council meeting with children walking to the school. And in doing so, I've met several residents of the building who've brought a number of issues to my attention, and I'd like to share them with the council to see if there's anything that we might be able to do to help them out, if this is the appropriate time.
How about at the end of the meeting, we could put it under other business, and I did have an exchange with our city manager about having a future discussion about city center, and there is going to be a preliminary discussion at our next regular meeting on April 17th.
Great.
So this could be a preview, but you could also bring it back to that April 17th meeting.
Sounds great.
All right, good. Any other additions or changes? Okay. I did hear from Jessie that Sarah Reeves, the Executive Director of the Chittenden Solid Waste District, will be arriving a little bit later than foreseen, and so we'd like to, she suggests that we switch numbers 7 and 8 and have our Vermont Air National Guard members who are in attendance tonight speak to us around the 7 o'clock hour. Okay? Okay, very good. So this is now time for members of the audience to come forward if they have comments and questions that will not be addressed tonight on our regular agenda. Are there any online or in the audience? I don't see any in the audience. Nothing online, Jessie? Okay, very good. Then we will then move ahead to item number 5, which is councilors' announcements and reports on our committee assignments, as well as our city manager's report. And I know that there's only 3 of us who might have those committee reports, but nevertheless, Andrew and Tyler, do you have things that you'd like to bring forward at this time? I know what we're going to speak about.
Not a committee report per se, but I guess just to maybe mention that I did have a conversation with Jessie and Paul about possibly having the city host a forum to to help installers and homeowners with issues they may be having around heat pumps. That there are certain things you need to do when you install a heat pump, there are things you need to do when you maintain it. And South Burlington is very fortunate to have a gentleman that actually does this for a living, consults with folks and advises on how to do that. And we're going to try and arrange South Burlington to host a forum for folks to learn from him. And it'll probably be in conjunction with Efficiency Vermont.
Very good. That would be great. And I think that that's very timely, too. Did you have anything else that you wanted to say, Tyler, for tonight?
No, I think the letter speaks for itself, and we can speak about it at the end.
Okay, all right, very good. Helen, do you have anything that you'd like to bring forward tonight?
I do not at this time. Thank you.
All right, and Tim? I know you just took a bite, sorry.
Pardon me. Not much to report, except that I just went to the S100 feedback meeting upstairs.
Yeah,
So did you and Councilor Chownick and Councilor Barnes and the city manager.
yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Well, I'd just like to state, I did write a letter to the editor of the other paper about the report on the council's response to the S100 bill. And the reporter wrote that I have the opinion that there should be dense housing in our downtown and single-family housing elsewhere in the city. And I wrote a letter, but I want to state publicly in this meeting as well that that is not at all my opinion. And I've been a big proponent of our new land development regulations, which allow for not only single-family housing, but multifamily housing, including duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes throughout the city. So I really want to make that clear, as well as inclusionary zoning, which is throughout the city, so that people of all income levels can live throughout the city. I just want to make that very clear, and I will also be speaking through the paper, I hope, on Thursday. As far as the committee assignments, I do not have anything, so I think it's now time to go on to city manager's report.
Great, thank you. So first and foremost, I want to officially welcome Steve Locke here tonight as our new Deputy City Manager. Very, very excited to have Steve in this role. He will, of course, continue to serve also as our fire chief. We have posted the position for a deputy fire chief as well to build the administrative capacity to support this new role and to support our team. And I'm just thrilled to have Steve leading the city with us. Next, I want to share in a kind of the next step of our exciting TIF build out on our ability to meet our debt obligations through our TIF district, that we have received our site plan application for Lot A, which is the partnering development lot to Lot B, which is this lot here on this side of Market Street between City Hall and the CHT building. Lot A is the lot between the Poon property, or where Hawaiian Grill is, and Garden Street. So that is the next phase in UVM's investment downtown. That will consist of 213 homes and 27,000 square feet of commercial space. So that's really realizing that commercial space aspect of downtown. I want to give you a quick update on your climate action plan implementation. The Transportation Implementation Group continues to meet with VHB, are working on building out that implementation plan and developing one-pagers for each of the major actions of the climate action plan related to transportation. Just a reminder, Green Up Day is May 6th. You will hear more about details around that and activities that the rec department is planning, but mark your calendars for now. And then on two leveraging outside funds to the city updates for you. You had previously approved us applying for two transportation alternative grants through VTrans. We were awarded both of those grants last week. That's $40,000 for scoping for the Lower Allen Road shared use path, that last connector, and $300,000 to design and construct a replacement culvert on Bartlett Bay Road. Additionally, you had approved us applying for one of the Community Recovery and Revitalization Program grants through ACCD. The team, that was $1 million for a potential new water tank to serve our high service area in the city. And we received an affirmative positive vote from VEPC, which is the initial approver of that grant before it goes to the governor's office last week. Paul and Tom did a great job with the VEPC board. So pending the governor's signature, that's $1 million coming into that project. And you will hear a lot more about that project on the April 17th council meeting from Tom. And then Tim reminded me to share that the winter parking ban, as it is April 1st, is officially over for the season. Thank you very much.
Just in time for the snow tomorrow?
Just in time for the storm on Saturday.
It won't stick, it won't stick. I just saw Sarah Reeves appear on the screen. Should we go back to the original order of agenda items?
It's up to the council.
Should we go back to the original order? Okay, we will do that. So we will keep the original order of the council items. All right, our first item of business is the consent agenda, and there are 6 items. As always, we are going to be considering and potentially approving our disbursements, paying the city bills, looking at 2 sets of minutes to approve, March 9th and March 20th. We will be also in public session appointing Lori Smith and Fran McDonald to the Planning Commission for terms ending June of 2024. And also publicly appointing John Moscatelli to the Development Review Board for a term ending June of 2025. There is also a request for an exemption to connect to public wastewater system for a proposed accessory dwelling unit at 1505 Dorset Street. And we also have an item to approve submission of a State of Vermont Municipal Highway Class 2 paving grant, yay, to fund paving a section of Spear Street and approve the certificate of compliance. So I will entertain a motion to approve.
I move approval as presented.
Very good. Are there any comments? Or I'm waiting for a second. Sorry.
Second.
Second, very good. And I did have a comment. I did notice one error in the March 20th minutes and just went back to the recording to see on page 10, top of page 10, it was noted that Councilor Barnes voted against the letter of support for an application to the U.S. Department of Energy for funding for enforcing compliance with our residential energy codes, and in fact, he abstained. So I would like to suggest that we ask for that to be amended and have us approve with that single amendment, if people are agreeable to that.
I agree with that, but I have a different item I'd like to discuss first.
Okay, very good.
So item E is the request for the exemption to connect a public wastewater system for proposed ADU. I just have a generic question that if S100 were to pass, would we be required to approve this, or would we be required to force them to connect to the sewer system? It's just a rhetorical discussion about if S100 were passed. Because if S100 is going to pass, then we probably should not allow this exemption. We should probably force this house to connect that very long distance to the sewer system. So I'm just posing this rhetorically to City Council because I'm not sure what the answer should be. I mean, I support the exemption as it is today, but I'm just curious.
I would say that we act under existing rules.
Oh, I agree.
We can express our frustration. I share your frustration, but that we grant this exemption. But I appreciate your rhetorical question, because if they wish to sit here instead of us, I have other things I could be doing tonight as well.
But on a more practical basis, I do think it's incumbent on the council to look at this particular provision that is kind of giving rise to this request for exemption, because I do think we should consider changing it.
I agree. I agree. It is the proverbial can of worms that state legislation can open. And I certainly hope that they will not be taking our seats. I very much appreciate local control, and I'm very happy to be here tonight.
Just one other question
Yeah.
about item F. I'm sorry to postpone the vote, but
Yeah.
could the city manager, do you have anybody that can tell you quickly, when was the last time that section of road was, ground down and repaved? And I think it was 2010? Does anybody have a recollection? That's
No.
between Swift and
Pinnacle.
Pinnacle, right.
I don't know.
Okay.
I was not here, but I'm happy to get that.
Well, so my question is that whoever the contractor was that did that, I mean, are we looking at what we think is the normal wear and tear durability of that particular paving job that was done? Because usually it's just, abrade it and then repave it with a certain depth. And I'm just curious whether, I know there are some new materials being laid down for asphalt, and are they going to be more durable? Because, and that is a highly traveled road, and it gets its fair share of plowing too, but I'm distraught by the amount of delamination that's occurring on a lot of the roads in South Burlington that have been repaved within the last 5 to 10 years, and should that be happening? And I fully acknowledge the fact that our weather patterns have changed a lot more, so we have a lot more freeze-thaw events where we have a lot of moisture that's wet that gets into the pavement, and then we have freezing, whereas before we would just have a lot of snow, right? And snows, if it's freezing all the time, that's fine, but freeze-thaw really wreaks havoc. So I'm just curious if the paving contractors, in conjunction with the asphalt providers, have anything in their mixture which would prove to be more durable. That's all. Just curious. And that's all I have. Thank you.
It's a wonderful question. I don't know the answer to it off the top of my head, but Tom DePietro will be here for your next meeting, presenting a traffic calming manual Public Works has been working on, and I will have him prepared to answer that at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Can I follow on that? I think if there were a solution that perhaps was a little bit more expensive that we're not aware of, might be good to know about it.
Yeah. All right. Very good. So we have a motion and a second on the table with amendment that has been approved to. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 I think that was all of us. Very good. It was unanimous. So we are going to move on to item number 7, as originally planned, which is receive and approve the Chittenden Solid Waste District fiscal year 24 budget with Sarah Reeves. And she is online. She is the executive director of the Chittenden Solid Waste District. Hi, Sarah.
Good evening. How are you? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. We can.
Good. I've been having some technical difficulties, so thank you. Thank you for having me. I do have a PowerPoint if I could be allowed to share the screen. Otherwise, I can walk through if that's not possible. Oh, it is.
You should have access now.
Thank you, Jesse. All right, I'm going to do everything. Okay, great. Thank you. Again, I'm Sarah Reeves from CSWD, and this is our fiscal 24 budget proposal that we hope you'll consider for approving. I do like to start off our presentation with reminding folks who we are, and knowing that we've had a lot of new people move into Vermont, and particularly into Chittenden County over the last couple of years, may not be familiar. So CSWD is a municipality that was formed over 30 years ago by our members, so our member cities and towns, and they just happen to all be in Chittenden County, for managing the waste that is generated within the district. So we manage this waste on your behalf. I also like to show the pie chart of where we generate our revenue, and also to highlight where we do not generate our revenue. So we have 3 main buckets of revenue, and one is user fees or tip fees, and those are the fees that are paid directly to us to handle the materials that are being generated. So like at our drop-off centers or at our materials recycling facility. Another bucket is the sale of products, so sale of compost, sale of local color paint, sale of recycling that has been sorted at the MRF, and then the solid waste management fee, which is a fee charged to haulers when they get to the Coventry landfill with Chittenden County trash being disposed. Where we do not receive revenue is directly from our member towns in the form of income tax, sales tax, or property taxes, nor do we assess any per capita fees to any of our member towns. I also like to let folks know how we're doing. And in Chittenden County, this probably is not a surprise, but we do very well. We do a very good job at diverting material from landfill disposal. So just over 61% is diverted from the landfill of what we generate here in Chittenden County. that does still leave a good amount that is being landfilled. And of that 39% that is being sent to country being buried, about half of that, a little more than half, actually could be further diverted. So that's my plea to everyone out there is when you're looking at deciding whether to throw something in the trash, you take another thought. Say, can this actually be recycled in my blue cart or drop off? Can I recycle this through organics recycling, composting, again, drop off or in backyard? Is this a piece of scrap metal that can be recycled? Is this actually construction demolition debris that should be managed differently? So just to take another extra minute or so to think about what is going in the trash bag to make sure that it really has no other place to go. And as you may recall, I do like to start with our bottom line. We are budgeting revenue in the amount of $15,400,000, a little bit over. We're budgeting expenses at $14,400,000. So that's leaving a little under $900,000 of anticipated revenue in excess of expenses. So that remainder will then be flowed into our reserve accounts, which we have at a priority kind of waterfall effect. So when one reserve hits its design maximum, then the excess revenue will then waterfall or spill into the next reserve in priority order. And anything that, once those reserves are maxed, any remainder does go into the capital reserve. And a quick highlight of this year to next year, our revenue is anticipating to be increased by about 10%, our expenses about just under 9%. And I want to say how excited I am actually about this administrative cost increase, which is odd to say that I'm happy about an increase, but I am, because that is reflecting our move to our new office space with the South Burlington Police Department. So we have moved to 19 Gregory Drive. We are in the process of building tables and chairs and setting those things up. We hope to be actually conducting our business there by the end of the week. We're just moving boxes in right now, but we are super excited to be in our new home in South Burlington as of this week. This is a new slide that you may not have seen before on the council, and it is to kind of highlight where the funding goes to, kind of what it and what it pays for. So I like to highlight the operations program, and what we call operations, we're referring to our drop-off centers, the materials recycling facility, the environmental depot and the rover, and the organics diversion facility. Those programs in particular, per our charter, are designed to be self-sufficient and raise enough money through user fees and sale of product where appropriate, and to cover their costs. And the reason I'm highlighting that will become apparent soon. And I mentioned the solid waste management fee. It is $27 per ton charged to haulers at the Coventry landfill. This fee has not changed in about 10 years. And I am asking my board to take a different look perhaps at the philosophy of this fee. We do often get the question and the kind of the misperception about the fee, where folks think that it has a direct relationship to waste reduction, and it isn't exactly how this fee works. But what this fee does do is it supports the management of the district, and it supports the education and the outreach programs, the communication. So it is an important part of our revenue, but it's also the fee that we want to see get lower and lower and lower. We don't want to be generating a third of our revenue from this fee, because that means that trash keeps going up. So we want it to go down. So we want to take another look at how we're managing this fee in particular. But right now, there's no need to tap reserves and no increase in the rate. Our materials recycling facility, where the blue bin materials go to be sorted into commodities, we are going to have an increase in the tip fee there. We currently charge $80 per ton. We'll be increasing that to $85 per ton on July 1st. And this is a direct result of a significant increase in the contract that we have with Casella, who operates the MRF for us on a daily basis. So we hire them to run the MRF for us. And that contract recently went up as of March 1st by 55%. So we had been paying them $45 per ton. We are now paying them $70 per ton. So we are covering that increase for this last quarter of the fiscal year, so that the increase won't hit until July 1, but it was quite significant. We are budgeting the material sales, so the bales materials going out to market very conservatively. We're essentially keeping that level for fiscal 23 into fiscal 24. The markets are stable but suppressed, so they're still nowhere near where they were 2 years ago, which was just gangbusters. You can see the line from the fiscal 22 at just under $4 million. That was a clear anomaly in the industry. It was good for us, good for everybody, but it is not the norm. So we have budgeted back down to what we expect to be the normal range, and in about the $84 a ton, $85 a ton. The organics diversion facility, likewise, is also seeing a small increase in their tip fee from $65 a ton to $70 a ton. This is, again, a direct result in a loss of inbound materials, so food scraps coming into our facility for composting. And that happened immediately after Casella opened their packaging facility in Williston, where food that is in containers or in packages but cannot be sold for human consumption or for animal consumption or donation, and the food has to be liberated from the package. We lost a lot of also source separated material to that facility. So we've grabbed some of that material back, but we're not anywhere near where we were in fiscal 22. You can see we nearly broke even. And in this year's budget and in next year's budget, we are anticipating a subsidy for that facility. Similarly, our drop-off centers are also requiring a subsidy. The fiscal 22 actual was just under $400,000 in the red. This year, we're budgeting just over $400,000 in the red, and without a bag increase to bag prices, we would similarly need a subsidy of $421,000. So again, being in the red. So we are increasing bag prices at our drop-off centers as of July 1. $3 for a small bag, $8 for a medium bag, $11 for a large, and that $3 bag is about up to 18 gallons. $8 is about up to 34 gallons, 35 gallons, and the $11 bag is about 45, 46 gallons. And I added a line in there about pre-COVID pricing, just kind of as a reminder. Before we started shifting our pricing during COVID, we were at $2.75 for the small bag. So compared to the 3 years ago, it's a small increase. It is a large increase compared to current. So we do understand that, and understand that it is a hike. And yet without that increase, we would again be in the red on that facility. And the drop-off center does represent nearly 50% of our employees and quite a lot of our expenses. And everyone is experiencing increases in costs for cost of living adjustments, for healthcare benefits. And we are also experiencing increases in costs for hauling that we pay to Casella or to Myers or to other haulers to move materials from our drop-off centers to disposal or to recycling. Fuel increases, insurance, everything is going up. We are looking, though, to make a change to our schedule that we hope will provide more service and more availability for everyone, and shifting to a Tuesday to Saturday schedule for all of our drop-off centers except for Heinsberg. So that will provide more availability for, say, folks in Milton and for folks in Burlington. Heinsberg, we have to just keep to 1 day a week. That's what our lease with the town says. But everyone else will be Tuesday to Saturday, and that will help eliminate confusion with the public of having to either call or to go to our website and kind of take a look at the checkerboard schedule and see when the heck we're open, on which day and which location. It will all be the same, no matter which DOC except for Heinsberg. I mentioned, staffing kind of challenges. We're in this budget includes a 7% cost of living adjustment, and we do utilize the Bureau of Labor Statistics CPI index, that Consumer Price Index calculator for the Northeast. And when we looked at it back in December, it was about 7.4%, so we rounded that down to 7. But we knew we had to make some adjustments as well. So what we did was to try to offset and mitigate those costs was moved our employees who opt into our healthcare plan to a higher deductible healthcare plan. Their benefits are exactly the same, but there's a higher deductible on that. And then increasing their employee contribution to premiums up to 3.5%. So we've moved them to the high deductible as of January, and we'll be moving to 3.5% as of July. Our capital reserve is healthy, and I just kind of wanted to point out that we are making some major investments proposed in this next fiscal year to the Milton Drop-Off Center and to the Burlington Drop-Off Center. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to expand services there. And we have a healthy balance at the end of that the year because the excess that we earned at the MRF for fiscal 22 then flowed into that capital reserve. The one reserve that is not, I'm a little uncertain about is our landfill post-closure reserve. We are responsible for managing the closure activities for 3 closed landfills in Williston. And we're at about year 28 of our 30-year federal requirement. And because there are some unknowns that specifically regarding the forever chemicals, so PFAS, PFOA, and how that is going to be required to be managed in the leachate, we don't know what the requirements to treat that are going to be. So we don't know if we're going to have enough money in that reserve to manage both what needs to be done for the next couple of years and then to be treating that leachate. So we'll need to have some conversations at the board level about how we will want to augment that reserve. Normally, the post-closure reserve is funded through tip fees at that landfill, and that landfill's been closed for 28 years, so this has been generating no revenue. So that's the one reserve that I have a little bit of concern about. We're going to work on that this year. And I also like to remind my cities and towns that we do, per our charter, require that you consider our budget for adoption. And I will stop the share and ask any questions you may have.
All right. Yes.
So I just, Sarah, also want to acknowledge that Paul is with us on virtually, and Allison is here in the room as well, who are our South Burlington reps to CSWD. Paul, very impressive to see you there.
I'm very sorry I couldn't be there. I think I've been exposed to COVID. I didn't want to expose anyone else. But I just want to take a moment to thank Sarah and her staff for the great work they're doing. Very excited about our future. The new MRF is going to be really important to the operations of the district and our finances. And I'm grateful, of course, for the voters for approving that. I also want to thank Jessie and her staff for working with us to find a new home for our offices. It's great. It's been long overdue. So just really, really appreciate that. And I'm excited about it being there. So I'm looking forward to our first board meeting. So there. So that'll be great. So Sarah did a great job. I don't need to say anything else, but thank you.
And it's a pleasure to have you guys at 19 Gregory Drive. Just for the new counselors, this was a vacant space, office space that during COVID, a private company had leased and left and had no intention of coming back. So we were able to work out a relatively long-term deal with our government partners at CSWD. So thrilled to have you at 19 Gregory. As of today, I think you officially started moving in.
Yeah, started moving in.
Very good. All right, now we're opening up. Oh, yes, Allison, I'm sorry. Please come up and turn on.
Either one.
Yeah, the microphone by pushing on the button. They tend to be off, so as long as the light green.
Yes, I see green. So I'm Allison Lazarus. I am the alternate for South Burlington for the CSWD Board of Directors, and I just wanted to say that I've been working with Sarah and Paul since late last year, so not a huge amount of time, but just in those few months, I've been able to observe how thorough they are and how much they care about just not only the county, but waste in general. And so I just wanted to state publicly that I think they've done a very thorough job with this budget, and I hope that you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Thanks,
Are there
Allison.
questions from the council?
Oh, yeah, I got a ton.
Okay, go for it, Tim.
The first question is, in your new offices in South Burlington, do you take your trash home with you at night?
No, it is part of our lease that we do have trash and recycling services, and we actually also ask for composting services to be included in our lease.
The other question is, how do you measure your could have been recovered percentages?
Yes, so we measure those basically through the state does we do a waste composition study, and the state does a waste composition study. So when the state does their study, it's how frequently it is, they produce a huge list of what is going into the landfill. So we're able to take a look at that list and see exactly what should have been diverted. And then we can use the population in Chittenden County to basically do the percentages and say, okay, if we know that Chittenden County residents, businesses are generating X amount of pounds of waste per year, and then X amount is going into the landfill, we can say, well, of the total in the state that is in the landfill that should be diverted to other places, our population is this amount, and that's how we're doing our main assumptions. And then we verify that with our own waste characterization that we do periodically. We haven't done one in a while, but we do 2 studies.
So being a more than glass half full person, I acknowledge the fact that the glass is 76% full for recovery and proper disposal, as opposed to, unfortunately, we're sending 24% to Coventry when we don't have to. And I've said that before every year, I'm sorry. So, but 76 is a good number. If we could just get more compliance across the county to be able to remove out some of those recyclables and especially compost. The next question is, there were some proposals to extend the bottle bill to more containers. If that were to happen, how would that affect your the ability to sell certain types of recyclables to your purchasers?
That's a great question. So we have also done some studies on that as well. And what goes through the materials recycling facility, about 75% of it is paper and cardboard. So the vast majority of what we're managing have nothing to do with containers. And then, a good portion is glass, and we would still see some of that glass. The expanded bottle bill legislation eases wine bottles into the expansion. That is the majority of the glass that we process at the MRF. So we would love to see wine bottles in right away. And then of the remainder containers, we're still going to get quite a lot of containers that are not in the bottle bill. So if you think of, cans of tomatoes, for example, canned tomatoes, those are not going to be part of the bottle bill. They will continue to be recycled. So we will see a decrease in things like water bottles if they are 100% redeemed. We do manage redeemables now for the MRF. So there's a wide variety of reasons why people choose to not redeem their containers that are in the law right now, and instead choose to put them in the blue bin. So we will continue to receive those materials. And the new materials recycling facility will have the technology to make sure that whatever people are putting in, we are grabbing every single unit that is coming through. So we will see some reduction. Overall, an expansion of the bottle bill will increase the cost of recycling in the state because it is a dual system. Casella has said much the same. But because the vast majority of what we manage is paper and cardboard, the effects will be limited.
And the final question is, when will you start accepting credit cards at the drop-off centers? Please, someday.
I promise you, every single year, I promise you this. We do accept them in Heinsberg. And what we are now trying to do is get a better deal, frankly, on the fees that are being charged because they are exorbitant. However, I have asked my finance team and my drop-off center team, they're ready to go. Have my finance team promise me that we'll be able to take credit cards everywhere this summer. So if you definitely want to use one, you can go to Heinsberg. I know it's out of the way, but that's been our sticking point, has been just those high fees. So we do have it in our budget to, as part of our expenses, an increase in those costs. So we are anticipating that will be fully rolled out this summer.
Thank you.
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, just a follow-up. I also wanted to ask about the bottle bill. Sarah, and thank you for that very thorough presentation. So did I hear correctly that you think if the bottle bill passed, it would have only kind of a limited impact on the financials that you presented, but that you yourself, your facility itself might segregate the items that could be redeemed, and presumably that could be in a different additional revenue stream?
Oh, thank you for allowing me to clarify. The equipment will be able to do a better job at making sure that for the materials that come through the system, that they're actually being sorted into exactly the properly correct bale. Right now, because we're hand sorting everything, sometimes an aluminum can will go into the water bottle bale, or water bottle will go into the aluminum can bale, and that results in fewer of those particular commodities going out to the market. The technology will take care of that and create just better quality and more of the right things. So no, to your question, would we be segregating bottled material redeemables and then redeeming them? No, we would not be doing that. That's not what the MRF is designed to do.
So to follow up one more time, if we got rid of the bottle bill and the new MRF was in place, you could handle the load, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
There you go. Thank you.
And I share Tim's comment. I guess I was a little surprised looking at the presentation that almost half of the organic material doesn't go to the right place, which is not only impacting the landfills adversely, but really missing a huge opportunity, right, to compost and use that material as it should be used. So that's really interesting to me. I'd love any thoughts, and we should all think about what we can do about that.
You can browbeat restaurants that you go to that don't compost. That's one thing, because there are several that I know of that don't.
But I mean, we'd have an enforcement mechanism for that.
We're happy to talk with you about options.
Oh. So what are the options, Sarah?
So you did mention enforcement, but there's also, I think, even being stronger in communications, and maybe it's even working with us at a more local level. Maybe it's focusing in on, this is important to the city of South Burlington. We want to be, number one in food scrap recovery from everywhere. How can we do that? Making it more of a community pride thing or something. We can talk with you about ways to kind of get more education out, more information, talk with you about how can we facilitate the recovery of those food scraps. What are the barriers? Better understanding, are there things going on in with some of the restaurants or the institutions in the city that may be, causing folks to not have that be seen as a possibility. It's also, additional education as far as what is the requirement and who should be diverting, and spoiler alert, but it's everybody. So there's, I think, more that we can do, and if the city wanted to be an even stronger partner, we would love to even look at some pilot programs if they're interested in that. I mean, there's more we could do. We love your input.
I actually thought it was required to separate. Isn't it state law?
Yeah.
I guess there's no enforcement, so people throw it away. And
it is state law, and we have a great team, but we have really 1.5 people dedicated to, or 2 people that are dedicated to the education for businesses and around this and for enforcement. So, and in Chittenden County, we have the largest number, per capita of businesses and restaurants in the state. So it's a big job. So we would love, even, again, any assistance and ideas you may have that may be kind of unique to the city that we could target, focus. But yes, it is everyone's responsibility to keep food scraps out of the landfill. It doesn't mean you have to compost them, but you have to somehow keep them out of the landfill. And I think that's where people get confused.
So perhaps we could put a short article in the weekly South Burlington newsletter that I get via email. It's a wonderful newsletter, and that might be good to put a little reminder in there.
Sure.
I wonder if someplace like Common Roots would want to do larger scale composting. So the public has a place to, I mean, my husband and I do our own composting, and we have a big garden, so we use it. But not everyone wants a composter in their backyard, I guess.
Right, and it's just not, for some folks it's not feasible. There's a host of reasons why that wouldn't work. And, hauling costs are expensive if you want to pay a hauler for that. And we take it at South Burlington, but you have to bring it, to us. So it's also possibly an inconvenience. There's a lot of different factors. But we would also love to be able to kind of work with you and maybe even highlight where some of the success stories are in the city to show, hey, here's, a restaurant or industry or business that is doing it and making it work. We're happy to provide those examples as well, success stories.
Sarah, do you have a sense of where the
That was my
waste
question.
is, kind of concentrated? Is it commercial? Is it restaurants? Or is it just dispersed across homeowners? Do you have any sense of that?
I know that when the final part of the law kicked in July 1, 2020, when it was everybody has to divert, we saw a dramatic increase in the amount of food scraps being collected at the residential level. So we know that homeowners, residents, even multifamily and some of the commercial and the resident apartments, they increased the amount that they were doing. So we know that was happening, and the workshops we were asked to provide through the roof. So I do think that the opportunity lies in the commercial sector.
Because that should be easier to tackle through enforcement. That's right.
I would think so.
Well, or rather than stick, carrot. I mean,
Or both.
I'm just saying, if we were to do something along the lines of calling out good actors and giving them kudos and credits, I think you'd be surprised at what that might do. Free marketing goes a long way to business owners that are pinched for tight margins right now.
Is there something that CSWD could do to incentivize that good behavior?
So I know we've talked in the past about having kind of like a green seal of approval type of a program where you could use that in your marketing, you could use that on your website, and kind of feel good about kind of being that good actor. So we've talked about that in the past. It's been a while since we've talked about it. COVID threw a monkey wrench in a ton of things, but that's something that has some appeal for some people. Not everyone responds to kind of that green seal of approval type of a program, but that could be something that could go along. Maybe through the Chamber of Commerce. Right? There's a bunch of different approaches, and we'd love to chat.
Yeah, because there must be an association, a restaurant association that you could tap into that I think, I mean, your residential handouts, things that come in the mail that say you can throw this out, you can recycle this, you know, where to put it. I think they're very well done. And so since you have that kind of public outreach already capability, and it's up to you to say whether you have that capacity or not, but you know, I would encourage you to directly reach out to these associations that have, you know, their members just within a reach.
Yeah, and we've since kind of we've come out of COVID, we have ramped that activity up quite a bit in the past, just even 6 months. You know, because we know everyone just needed a breather, and people were still doing quite a bit. And now we're coming back out a little bit stronger and saying, okay, let's make sure you know what you need to do. You have the tools. If you don't have the tools, or if you're confused, we are here to help.
Megan, one more.
Yes, Andrew, one more.
So, I'm aware that some recycling, facilities will just reject, waste that has too much non-recyclable. If you didn't sort correctly, we just won't take it, or charge more, right? Because now right? So, is that an option if a restaurant is dumping off waste that's chronically illegal? Is it an option to reject it or to charge more?
Yes, so what we have done in the past, and it has been a capacity issue, so thank you for mentioning that, is we will, as part of our enforcement and compliance team, we'll do spot checks at the transfer station, for example. And so if we see loads that are coming in that have too many recyclables in them, or they clearly are just loads and loads of food scraps, we can then speak with the hauler, try to find out, where did this generally come from, and then work with if we can get down to the business or owner level, work with them to help them to understand what their responsibilities are. So we don't have someone stationed at the transfer station. That's not really our job. And the transfer station does do a good job too at kind of making note of some of those kind of heavier loads that may have the contaminants in them. But there is a lot more that could be done. And we really prefer to lead with education and outreach, but there is a role for enforcement, absolutely.
Because I can just say for the South Burlington Food Shelf, there's a newsletter put out every week. No, I'm not suggesting that be your, a weekly communication, but they highlight the generosity of the grocery stores as well as the church communities that give and how many tons that they give. And just that kind of, positive publicity, I think, is really, I think, doing those businesses, as well as I would say those communities, some kind of, service. And so I just thought I'd, and coming from CSWD, putting it out there in your annual brochure that goes to, every resident, saying, here are, heroes, with regard to the amount of food scraps that they deliver. It gives them, publicity, which could be quite positive for them. So, I don't know, it could be a virtuous cycle there.
Agreed.
Can I don't want to, I just have two very quick questions. The first one, just to clarify, you said you've accounted for, Sarah, the transition to credit cards in the current budget proposal?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
all right. Thank you. And three questions, sorry. The schedule change that you referenced, that is consistent across all locations, is that correct?
Except for Heinsberg. So that's the only one. Our lease with the town of Heinsberg says that we can only be open one day. So we choose Saturday because that tends to be the busiest day.
Got it. But moving forward with all the rest of the locations, that's consistent across the board.
Correct.
Great.
And Burlington will take a little bit to get there. We want to wait until we can expand at Burlington, but we are in discussions with the city right now for that. So we are hopeful that by the end of the second quarter, into the third quarter of the year, that Burlington will then also be expanded so that they'll not only be able to take more materials, but also be open the 5 days a week.
Got it. Last question. The reserve for the Williston post-closure, do you have any sense of the order of magnitude that we're talking about here? Is this hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is this millions of dollars?
Oh, good question. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So certainly not millions.
Okay.
We have enough in the reserve to make it through our planned 30 years. It's that unknown that will be needed either for, again, the treatment of landfill juice, the leachate for PFAS and PFOA, or if there are any more extensive either repairs or updates that we need to make to the landfill before we apply to the state for that ongoing lower level monitoring care, that custodial care. So it probably is in the hundreds of thousands,
Okay.
certainly not in the millions.
Okay.
And depending on what the federal government says, and then what the state of Vermont says about the extent that we all need to treat for these chemicals, that's
We don't know. No
well, we don't
visibility.
know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Very good.
I have a quick question. Remind me, and I can't remember, how long will we be able to use the landfill in Coventry? Is it closing in 2 years? And
Oh,
then
no.
what do we, oh, no.
Yeah, no, thank you. Also, great question. So the landfills that we manage are the ones that are in Williston. There are 3 in Williston that have been closed for 28 years. Those are our responsibility. The Coventry landfill is owned by Casella, and they have about 20 years left on their current open area. It's called a cell, so on that current cell. The concern is that it's not a given that they will be approved for another cell. So, you know, there's talk. The state is doing sometimes with conversations. They did a very brief internal survey about, you know, well, if another landfill were to be built, where likely in Vermont might that be? How many would we need? What size? So they're starting to look at that. But landfills take an awfully long time to site, to permit, to build. They're very expensive. So we really do need to be having the conversations now.
Well, I can't imagine there's all that many communities who are saying, we would like to be considered as soon as you need one.
Exactly. And, you know, one of the wonderful things about Vermont is how much land we have protected. So there's not a lot of available land, certainly not for the size. If the state were to say, yes, we need another one very large landfill, where's the hundreds of acres that you would need to site another central landfill? And so the conversations are beginning at the state level, at the Agency of Natural Resources, and we are encouraging those conversations because we know how long these things take.
Thank you.
Needs to be held at the federal level with industry, in my point of view, but because we're at the receiving end and we need to look at the source. But any other questions? All right, thank you. So we're looking for approval. I didn't hear any questions.
I move to approve the budget as presented.
Second.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that was unanimous. Thank you very much, Sarah, for coming.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul and Allison, for coming as well and for the service that you provide our city.
Thank
And,
you.
Thank you.
yeah,
It's an honor.
well, it's mutual. It's mutual that you serve everyone so willingly and for so long. So I am going to move on to item number 8. Thank you very much to those in the audience from our Vermont Air National Guard. Our fire chief from the Vermont National Guard is going to be here to talk to us about community engagement and mutual aid. And that's Fire Chief Brandon Soder, along with Mr. Shannon Kelly, who's their environmental program manager.
Good evening. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you.
If you can just make sure that, yep, there you go.
Should be a bright green light. when
There
you
we go.
press the button. Okay.
So I'm Brandon Soder. Let Mr. Kelly introduce himself.
I'm Shannon Kelly.
Thank you, welcome.
Just wanted to come and have a chat about the services we provide the city of South Burlington, kind of offer a little bit of insight to who we are, what we do. Some background on me. I'm the new fire chief. I've been in the position just over 2 years, so I just wanted to put some faces with the names. We've been doing a lot of community engagement through the base. Been in the military 22 years. Love the Guard. Love everything it's done for me, for my family, for the country. I've deployed many times through the Guard. Now working in the position of fire chief, I have to think about things at a little different level, strategically, and what does that mean for the community and the outlook. we're looking to build upon our already robust relationship with the city of South Burlington. So in step with Chief Locke here, been having a lot of really good conversations prior to this meeting. And some of the things that we've sent over in the fact sheet just highlight a few of the brief things that we do, but we've forged a cohesive and cooperative relationship with the fire department and the community, and have become a common fixture within the construct. It comes as no surprise that we're only getting busier, and I think Chief Locke would agree with that. And we provide a cost-free resource for the city of South Burlington. So I think that's the big ticket here, as well as very optimistic about our future together. So as time moves on, we're fulfilling more and more of the city's needs. And fun fact is 86% of our mutual aid calls are for South Burlington. So that is the majority of our call volume. And I anticipate that to being more and more in the future. I'm going to kind of coin Chief Locke a little bit here so he can vouch for those statements. I'm not just pulling them out of thin air. I did run some reports before I came here tonight. But I think the fact sheet kind of speaks for itself. I'm here for any questions that you may have, but I would also like to invite Chief Locke to kind of vouch for us, so to speak, in our involvement with the community.
Thank you, Chief. When I came over to South Burlington, I didn't really understand the relationship, how close the relationship was between the Air Guard Fire Department and your city fire department. And what I've come to realize is that we are almost one fire department. And so our responders every day rely on the Air Guard to provide us additional resource. Just before I came over here, we went to Smell Smoke in the hotel right over here, and they were the second unit in. And so what we're really forging a relationship now. Automatically, I know I need 15 firefighters. That's a national standard on a deployment to a structure fire, and I can't do that without their help. And so now on dispatch, they're automatically responding to, and all in an effort to cut down on response times and deploy the right number of people. So I think the number of calls they handle medical calls for us on that end of the community. Without a South Burlington suppression piece, so just with a South Burlington ambulance. And we're going to be looking at GIS data in not too distant future about saying, are there areas of the community in that area of the neighborhoods that they could even be at quicker than us? And if they are, to use them. We're really trying to morph them into one fire department. So I appreciate the chief being here tonight and everything that they do. We would not be able to deliver the services as well as we do without their support and their really willingness to always jump right in. So, thank you.
May I ask a follow-up question, Chief? The number of firefighters that came out on this call from South Burlington, the number of firefighters that came out from the base?
Sure. So our ambulance was on another call, so there were 6 of our people on duty because we have 8 on duty, but 2 were on a medical call. So we had 6 of our firefighters and 3 or 4 from the Air Guard. They're typically deploy minimum of 3 and sometimes 4.
So we didn't have 15 with the
Right.
2.
Right. And so what we're comfortable, or I think we're moving towards, in just a few more months, we'll have that additional 2 bodies per shift that was authorized by the voters. That between that and then the look at maybe having to add a Burlington engine onto reported structure fires.
Yeah. Very good. Please go on.
So those are just a few of the things that we do. The services that we provide, again, they're on the fact sheet, but aircraft rescue firefighting with a primary response at the airport, and the only ones in the state certified through the FAA, to my knowledge. We provide structural firefighting at a high level, emergency medical services at the A level, so it's not at the medic level like South Burlington, but we provide advanced life support. Rope rescue, so technical rescue, confined space rescue, hazmat response, motor vehicle extrication. We do our own dispatching, so that comes at no cost. We don't necessarily rely on the adjoining communities' dispatch agencies to get us out the door. And public outreach and education. So at any point, we invite Boy Scout troops, schools, classes, Girl Scout troops. I mean, you name it. We host tours. We educate people about who we are, what we do, and the services we provide. We are also hosting Skills USA, which is a technical skills building program through the state. We proctor all of their examinations annually. So we're very involved in the community, and in my experience in talking to the chiefs around the nation, the Air National Guard chiefs, DoD chiefs, we have some of the most comprehensive agreements and best working relationships that I've heard of. So I hear nightmares and horror stories about the surrounding communities, and some of which the other fire chiefs serve. This has by far been a dream to walk into, and it's only gotten better in my 22 years of being here. So the relationships that we forge, the people that we put out into the community, over 50% of our members volunteer within their own communities that which they reside in. So it brings that information, that training back that the Air Force offers, and not necessarily the state can't offer, but it has a hard time doing so due to constraints. So we're bringing a high level back to the community. We're paying it.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yes. And we have an environmental officer here too. And Chief, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you want to say more before?
I'm open to questions after you're done with Shannon.
All right, very good. Did you want to say something, or are you prepared to say something, or?
I'm here in support or to respond to any questions, anybody.
Okay. Well, we have heard, of course, of PFAS and need for mitigation at the base and around the base, and as well as some litigation related to that. And, you know, we see the foam and the chemicals that are listed there. Could you inform us more about the status of that cleanup, as well as what kind of chemical makeup is in the foam and the other firefighting agents that the firefighters use?
Yeah, so right now, the type of foam, AFFF foam that's used, it's referred to as C6 AFFF, which is just a short carbon chain. And so that was approved by the EPA several years ago. And so that's what we're currently using. Now, in January, they just approved, they being the Department of the Navy had lead on trying to secure a fluorine-free foam. So that's what the Department of Defense and the FAA have approved going forward. And so that will be replaced, similar to some of our old, what we call our old legacy foams, which are longer chain foams that were more harmful to the environment. So those will be replaced. The Air Force estimates on a national contract, just in terms of DoD, they estimate October of 2024 for replacement across the nation, and that will include us, the Air National Guard, as well as other Air National Guard bases. So we anticipate in the next 18 months. As far as cleanup, drinking water impacts across the nation have been the priority. So we are not yet in that prioritization list in terms of having what's known as a remedial investigation. In other words, the next phase from where we've been, from where we were a few years ago. But that is a few years in the making. So drinking water is the #1 priority across the nation for the Department of Defense. And that's currently where we sit.
Given that priority, is there a reason for the 18-month delay?
It just takes a long time to change out AFFF at literally hundreds of bases across the nation. So they're Air National Guard bases. I think there are roughly 169, give or take, Air National Guard bases, and also active duty bases as well. But we're talking about an effort across the DoD, so not just the Air Force, it's the Navy, Marine Corps, Army. So that's a pretty significant lift.
Are some receiving it earlier than others?
I don't know what the prioritization scheme is, but yes, yeah, in effect. I mean, some will receive or replace sooner than others, but I don't know what the prioritization scheme is as of yet.
So there's no requirement to use up your current supply before you get this new version?
No. We only use the current version in an emergent scenario, and thus far, we haven't had to use it on any fuel-based fire.
The disbursement of foam is prohibited unless it's for an actual emergency. Excuse me. We cannot train with it. And how we test is on a closed loop system. So no disbursement whatsoever.
And the status of the cleanup with Winooski River being involved in that? Could you provide some?
Yeah. We're years away from being in the prioritization. Yeah, they're focusing on, they being DoD is focusing on drinking water impacts right now.
I see.
Yep.
Other questions?
I guess 2 quick questions. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for coming to present for your services. So how do, how does Chief Locke and, the city services coordinate in terms of like routing and dispatch when an emergency call comes in? Who gets it, and how do we figure out who services that call?
So we have pre-designated automatic aid areas. We train our members to know them very well. We also monitor radio frequencies. So South Burlington's frequency, we monitor 24/7, as well as being on South Burlington's run cards. So as Chief mentioned, if it's a confirmed structure, go ahead, Chief.
But there is no automation. I mean, if they didn't have someone listening in the radio room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they wouldn't know. So there are pre-designated areas that they know, they hear that the street address, they go, we're going to take that call. But in today's world, that should be automated at the dispatch center, that we could dispatch. Basically, we should be able to trip their house bells or send out a call. I mean, in today's world, really, it's one person in the radio room going, that's our district, we got to take that.
So, like,
there's no phone call
conceivably,
made.
if that person took a bathroom break, something might fall through the cracks, or?
I'm sure that
At no time are we unmonitored, sir. I can assure you, if that's the case, we're gonna have another conversation.
It is amazing how quick they are on runs, and yet it's completely manually done.
Interesting, thank you. And then I asked Chief Locke this question, but I'll ask you too last week. Just, I had a number of constituents voice concerns about the hazard of a potential F-35 crash, and that I guess F-35s are made with materials that are more difficult to handle emergency, they're more toxic, they're more flammable. I'm just wondering about your perspective on that and the ability of the base to handle a potential F-35 crash.
As far as my scope, we're equipped, we're ready, we're trained. I'm not concerned about the emergent aspect of it. As far as the hazards associated with such an incident, I would argue that it's no different than a commercial aircraft going down. They're the same materials used in commercial aircraft for the past 60 years. I.e., there's new technology in the F-35 that makes it a little different, but it's not entirely different. It just has more of those materials. And we're trained and equipped to handle all of that.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, please, Tim.
So by my poor math, you had 107 calls that were not in the community, so they were at the airport itself last year?
I'm sorry?
So you had about 107 calls that you responded to at the airport last year. So what kinds of calls do you respond to at the airport? I mean, I haven't heard of too many airplane crashes. I had one you had emergency recently, but there was no fire. So what do you respond to at the airport? What goes on at the airport?
Everything and anything, suspicious packages, excuse me, medical calls, fire alarms, medicals on airplanes coming in, those qualify as IFEs, so in-flight emergencies. If there's indicator lights on the aircraft, we monitor them, watch them land safely. Luckily, that's what happens most of the time. In the 2 years that I've been the chief, we've had 4 crashes, and we've had one, I know of, aircraft fire that I ran. So, and I think that got some press. It was 3 generations of people in the plane and got them out in under 90 seconds. So it was a good day.
And some lithium-ion battery fires?
Beta's been a good customer, I'm not going to lie. It's been a good customer of ours.
Thank goodness for shipping containers, right?
Thank goodness, yes. No, honestly, the numbers don't tell the true story. When we do calls for service, so you see our numbers are 906. What we classify as an actual emergency may differ from a call for service. So if it's just a good intent call and someone wants us to come and check something out for them, we'll put it down as a standby or a good intent call, and that won't always classify as an emergency. And the only reason we do that is because we know what the call is going to be, so we can classify it as that ahead of time. As far as the actual emergencies go, it kind of blew me away because I hadn't really run the numbers like that, but 86% of calls into the community of South Burlington is pretty large for us.
And the 29 full-time state and Vermont employees, how is that allocated, Vermont employees versus Guard members?
So think of it as 2 separate departments but work in the same building, and our state employees are the full-time 24/7 presence. And
they are the what?
The full-time 24/7 presence.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, they are the firefighters. Oh, okay.
They are the firefighters.
Okay.
They're working under a federal contract that's 100% reimbursed by the DOD.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay. Thank
So The only time the state's on the hook for them is when it comes time for retirement.
And then the guard members are doing what?
The guard members are doing the same thing, just getting ready to do it in another location not near here. So we train to deploy and do the same job overseas.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Burns, Tyler?
Yes, just a couple questions. I think the first one is probably directed more to Chief Locke. Chief, what would be the ramifications if this relationship were to end? And what would be the ramifications on our city and our ability to cover these calls?
You would need another fire station, period.
Okay. And I guess so that goes to, thank you, both of you.
Thank you. We appreciate the business. It's what we do.
Well, we do too. We appreciate your support. So then my question is sustainability. I, for one, am incredibly grateful, and I think I speak on behalf of the council. We're incredibly grateful for the support and for the fact that we have this great relationship. Given the importance to the community, how do we improve it? How do we make it better? And how do we ensure that it continues into the future? What can we do?
I think I think I see this as a very opportune and fortunate time. We have two leaders who are committed to this and want to see this relationship grow. And I'm inclined to say, how can we, to be quite honest, how can I get more bang out of that free dollar and use them in a greater capacity as long as they're willing to and they cover their mission, right? So they have to make sure that they can protect the airfield, with 24/7 on a very short amount of time. As long as the chief can continue to deliver that mission, he's comfortable providing a service to the community. And I think that, we want to try to figure out how we can maximize that. Because it really is, it's your state tax dollars or federal dollars reimbursing that is a huge benefit to this city and the city of Burlington, because ultimately without that fire protection there, that would fall to the local communities to cover.
And I think that's not my concern, but I want to make sure that it's sustainable. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that it's sustainable and that the mission can continue for both parties.
Yeah, I think what I've seen in my 30 years is the Air Guards Fire Department has continued to grow, and where, when I first started this business, they almost never left the base, maybe for auto extrication, and now it really has grown into they are on everybody in the county's mutual aid response. They're often first into Winooski or second into Winooski. It is seen now not as the Air Guard Fire Department, but just as any other municipal fire department that you call them and they show up. They're well-trained people, and they actually have a skill set with technical rescue, probably more than most.
Great. Well, please, if there are things we can do, please let us know. We're grateful, and we want to see it continue.
Yeah, Andrew.
Yes, sir. A follow-up, and I completely agree with everything Tyler said. It's wonderful for our community that you're willing to provide this service. But I guess I'm just going to a sustainability point. Curious why. Is it the case, for instance, that you have the capacity you have because in the event of an emergency, that's what the Guard thinks it needs to have on base, but at times when there are no emergencies, it's excess capacity? Is that why we're kind of able to have this kind of mutually beneficial relationship, or is it that the state just decided that, the Vermont Guard should provide this service to communities? Like, I'm just in terms of sustainability and understanding how this developed.
I think Chief Locke touched on an important topic, is the ability to perform our primary mission, which is the F-35 and airport. So I'm not going to mince my words. That is why we're here. That's why the Air Force is paying for us to be here. That's why we have so many people. If it was up to the FAA, we'd have 2.5 people on duty. So I don't know how you get a 0.5, but you can see where I'm going with this. Now we have 9 on duty every shift. We're covering 24/7, and we're able to send 3 to 4 people off base in under 60 seconds. You call upon a local volunteer department, no disrespect to them, but it's anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes before you feel the truck on the road. So you can also see where I'm going with that. Response times mean everything in today's day and age. What I would like to say to sustainability is that even if we go off base with 3 to 4 people, we have our in-house matrix and cross-staffing of vehicles to affect either F-35 suppression and recovery, aircraft, commercial aircraft suppression and recovery, in lieu of the event our engine is off base with 3 to 4 people. We never drop that mission, even at night when there's no flying. So we always have to have the one-offs. We have diversions all the time. People don't hear these things because you're usually sleeping, but we have aircraft from other airports that divert, military aircraft from other bases that divert, and we're known because we have an ARF station that's very good at what they do.
Helen, do you have questions?
No, I'm all set. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. I think this is really helpful to have you remind us what you do. And also it's reassuring to hear you mutually have great collaboration and a working relationship with our fire department. So thank you.
Yeah. I did have a question for Chief Locke. Yes, with regard to the foam that you use and the chemical components of it, could you tell us more about the PFAS?
Sure. So we all use the same foam. I mean, the reality, and we carry, with the exception of we have a Class A foam, which has no PFAS in it, more for structural firefighting. But the reality is we rely on the air guard. And part of our mutual aid agreement says that we rely on them for, so if we have a tanker crash out here on the interstate carrying gasoline and there's a fire, we don't have the capacity to put it out. We're calling the air guard.
But your Class A foam could put it out if you had enough firefighters?
Our Class A wouldn't, a Class A is for structural. So Class A, it's Class A fire, so it's wood, and where flammable liquids fire would be a Class B fire. And for that, we have small amounts of foam, but we would rely on the air guard for that responsibility. When I was in Burlington, Burlington stores a lot of Class B foam, AAA foam, same foam that is used, but it's a state cache. So basically, if there was a significant event where the state hazmat team would stop there and pick it up. So back to the original question, our AFFF foam is the same foam that they use
For certain kinds of fires.
Certain types
so
of
that
fires.
will never necessarily go away. It's just the structural fires, you will have a new kind of foam to add.
Can I expand a little bit on that? So the foam that the hazmat team has, and Chief, I hope I'm not overstepping, is the legacy foam. So the more dangerous to the environment foam. We're the only unit in the state, to my knowledge, that switched over to the short chain, the less hazardous foam, and the only unit that are on track within that 18-month time frame to have a fluorine-free foam. So we will have a non-hazardous Class B alternative, and we are the only entity in the state that can handle a large Class B fire. I've been in talks with Global Foundries and the hazmat chief, and they just don't have the capacity to deliver product on fire. So it's really risk versus reward here.
You'll never have Class A foam because of the types of fires that you're equipped to fight.
So our engine has Class A foam on it. That's all it has on it. So our crash trucks have Class B for the POL, so the jet fuel, the hydraulic fluid, all the nasty stuff we don't want to talk about, right? Our engine, structural firefighting truck, has Class A foam on it, so it adheres to wood surfaces, it sticks, it suppresses the vapor, all that good stuff. They operate differently. That's why there's classes of fire, and that's why there's specific media to combat all of them. We just happen to be the only entity in the state, maybe other than Rutland Airport, that has the ability, I know we have more ability, to put large amounts of suppression on large fire.
So this is helpful. So in the 18 months, the switchover will be for the gasoline fire, the fuel fires that will be PFAS-free?
Yes.
I see. So then you will be 100%.
Anticipated.
Okay. And how about
because it's military, they're always going to get to be quite honest, they had thermal imagers before anybody else had thermal imagers. So because it's a military, they'll be the first ones to have the capacity and capability. I'm not hearing when it is on the commercial market.
I see. All right. So we'll still have that small cache for a fuel fire if.
Right. And the other part of that too is I think Vermont State Hazmat is bound by state law. I don't believe they're allowed to even utilize the AFFF that are in stores, so it's just sitting there. So there's no one other than us that has the federal exemption to apply that foam. To my knowledge, and I could be speaking out of turn here, but,
Okay.
so that was something that when Chief Locke and I were going back and forth about our mutual aid agreement, we had several discussions on it, and I said, listen, Chief, this is the agreement. I can either say we won't use foam outside of our fence, or we will use foam, and it's kind of a take it or leave it situation. But the truth of the matter is, if a railroad, unfortunately, if a railroad derails and catches fire, if a gas tanker flips going through the cloverleaf in South Burlington, you name it, we're going to be there in a short amount of time with very big trucks putting that fire out.
Okay, well, that was very helpful. Thank you very much for that clarification. And thank you for coming. I think that we have all asked our questions, and again, thank you very much for everything you do 24/7.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on to item number 9, which is consider assigning on to settlement agreements with Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens that would enable the state to maximize the return to Vermonters. And Jill Abrams is, yeah, the Director of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Unit of the Office of the Vermont Attorney General. Is she here? Right there. There we go.
This is the second time we've had a pitch like this before, right?
Yes, I believe so. Well, thank you very much for coming, Ms. Abrams.
My pleasure.
Thank you for working with our city attorney. We are all ears. We already have a motion ready to be made, but we will first listen to what you've come to tell us.
So I think what I'll do is start pretty high level. I'm not really sure how much each or all of you know about the settlements and about the process, so I'm going to just sort of give you some big picture, and then if I haven't hit the things that you want me to talk about, I'm happy to talk about them.
Make sure the button.
I think so.
To make it a bright green.
No one ever says they can't hear me.
There's always a first time.
Yeah. So I think some of you were probably here, maybe all of you, when the first opioids settlement happened in 2021. There were settlements with 3 distributors and the manufacturer Janssen. And this is structured the same way. So number one, the goal of these settlements is to abate the opioid crisis and to try and get as much money into our communities as we can, recognizing that no matter almost how much we have, it's not going to be enough. And so across the country, there are agreements between and among, in each state, the state and the municipalities about how the money will be divided. And in Vermont, we use what's commonly referred to as the default mechanism, which means 15%, so of every dollar, 15% of that money goes to our municipalities, 15% of it goes to the state, to the general fund, and 70% of it goes to what's called the opioid abatement fund. And that fund is overseen by a statutorily appointed council. There are 12 members. They change membership every 3 to 4 years. It's overseen by the Department of Health. And there are people there from small and large municipalities, people with lived experience, doctors, people who are pretty experienced in addressing the opioid crisis on the ground. And so each time a settlement is reached, it requires certain kinds of sign-on, and so that's really what we're here to talk about. And for each state, the defendants, who are the other party to the settlements, have different requirements about how the settlement is structured. For Vermont, what it translates into is, in order for us to get the maximum amount of money, and by that I mean the following: the defendants would really like not to have to pay all the money that they have to pay. That would be their preference. And so what they've done is they've structured the settlement so that there's what's called a base amount, an amount they absolutely have to pay no matter what happens, and then incentive payments. And the incentives mean that in every state, there are certain municipalities, subdivisions, who must sign on in order for us to get the maximum amount of money. So in Vermont, it's the 8 municipalities with populations of 10,000 folks or more. 12 of our 14 counties, I guess the 2 they think are not large enough, and then 4 towns who actually sued some of the opioid distributors and a few of the manufacturers. So if all of those entities sign on, then the state gets the maximum amount of money, and the money is divided 15-15-70, whether everybody signs on or no one but the state signs on. There's always that division. But in order to maximize the recovery for everyone, the 8 municipalities, South Burlington being one, must sign on. And what does sign on mean? It means that you agree that when you receive the money, you'll use it for the purposes of abating the opioid crisis. And that could mean pretty much anything that touches the opioid crisis. So it could mean going and educating kids in schools, supplying doses of naloxone to emergency services, and kind of everything in between. So that's the reason for signing on. And just a little bit of history, I did a quick look at some of the data that I was able to access, and it looks like, for example, in the distributor settlement, where the first payments went out last year, South Burlington got 2 payments of $15,000 each. And I think with the Janssen settlement, something shy of $60,000. So it's not millions of dollars, but it's certainly, a substantial amount of money for the community. What can I tell you? I'm not really sure what you'd like to know.
Could it be used for our community outreach program? Which I don't know if you know about, but it's our emergency services do encounter people who are either inebriated or high or committing suicide or various situations where they sometimes have some access to counseling. Clearly not when, the actual, crisis is occurring, but as a buildup to the crisis. Is that something that it could be used?
I think the answer is probably, and the reason that I'm just a little cautious about it is because the money is really earmarked to address the opioid crisis. So if you had someone who had several kinds of substance abuse, and one of them was an opioid abuse problem, then the answer would be absolutely. Could you direct it to the fund without any guardrails at all? I think the answer would be no.
No, right.
Yeah.
Right. So if we had some data that would
Yeah.
show that it could at least cover $60,000
Yes.
worth in a year.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Jesse?
Thank you, Jill. I think that's absolutely right. I do think this is a conversation the council should have at some point. We did not have it as part of the FY24 budget process. So we do have these funds in a fund in the city waiting to be allocated. I think we've talked on the community outreach team side of things, exactly to that suggestion. Could we work with Howard to put into place enough data collection that we would know that? I know Councilor Reilly was also interested in exploring other partners that are specifically providing treatment services like Turning Point or something like that for our neighbors. So I think that it is a deliverable we owe the council to bring some recommendations about how to allocate those funds.
School board. Talk to the school board too, right?
And you can also, you don't have to spend it the year that you get it. So if you've got a 5-year plan, you could just hold on to the money until you're ready to spend it.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, Andrew?
Okay, so the Chittenden Clinic on Dorset Street, the last I heard, did not have a waiting period. They were able to take everybody And I don't know if that's still the case. I don't know if you know, and I'm wondering whether the payments that have been received so far by the state have helped that clinic achieve zero waiting time for new patients. It's just a question, or if you could tell me 2 or 3 things that the state has done with the funds that have made a difference.
Yeah, I don't know, because the state is doing the same thing, is assessing how the money's going to be spent. So I don't know if any dollars have gone out of the abatement fund or not.
Okay.
I think the answer may be no. I think it may be a second part of the year expenditure.
Thanks.
Well, to the first half of your question, the last I heard, there was no waiting list, which is great. It is also among the, I think what I've heard is that it's the largest service provider of its kind in Vermont, and very successful at what it does and serves a lot of our residents, which is phenomenal.
And if it's helpful to you in terms of how to spend the money, there is an exhibit to one of the settlement agreements that maybe I can forward it to you, Colin. It's like 15 pages long, and it gives tons of examples of ways to spend the money. It's not exclusive, but, I think sometimes it's helpful to people just to see all the different ways that you might want to spend it in case there are things that, just haven't thought of before.
Can I ask?
Can you remind, you may have already said this and I may have missed it. Is there a time frame when we need to spend by which we need to spend the settlement money?
No, there isn't.
Thank you.
Can I ask what other communities have signed on? Where are you at in the process?
I've been in touch with every community directly, with the exception of the 2 Essexes. I haven't connected with them, so they may have already signed on. I was hoping I would know before I came here today, but all of the other communities have indicated that's where they're going. And in the last settlement, everyone signed on, so I fully expect that's what's going to happen.
And if they
I don't want to say because I don't want to speak for them.
And if they don't, if I understand, I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. If they don't, that won't change the outcome of the settlement. It will just change the amount of it'll change the disbursement that is allocated to the state of Vermont based on the settlement still stands. Is that correct? Or do we have to go back to the drawing board?
No, the settlement will stand. It's just going to depend on how much we get. So we might only get the base and not get any of the incentives.
I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
Andrew?
So this is my first time hearing this, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but just to clarify. So say South Burlington does not sign on. What reduction in dollar amount would there be in the incentive? Do you have a sense of that, or?
I don't, we don't know exactly because it's a combination of everyone, so it's not like South
Or like
Burlington
order of
would be-
magnitude, if the base is 39.5, well, let me ask my second question first. If we don't sign on, do we still get a share that we can spend however we want, or we get nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, then I'm done with my questions.
All right. Helen, did you ask all the questions that you wish to ask?
No, I just have one more. I mean, it's not a question, it's a statement. There's no downside for South Burlington to sign on. And it's sort of a moot question in my mind. Of course we need to sign on because these monies are really important. I can't think of a reason why we wouldn't.
And just one clarification, I think just to state the obvious is that this settlement money, if we sign to this settlement, this would be in addition to the money that we received
Yes.
previously under the settlement with the disbursements or the distributors.
Yes.
And I think the total amount is what, 39.5 million?
Yeah, the total amount to the state is 39.5 million, yep.
And as a component of signing on to the settlement, we would be, in effect, releasing these entities
Right.
from any liability for this. And
Right.
we wouldn't have an opportunity, not that we pursued it in the first place, the state did, but
Right.
we wouldn't have an opportunity to pursue any
Yes,
claims
that's what you're
again.
giving up, for sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
have a quick comment to make?
Yes, please, Tim.
So I just want to say that I can't stress the importance of this settlement to extract every possible cent out of these companies for the damage that they have done in such a far-reaching manner across the whole country. Every corner of this country has been touched by the opioid crisis. Even here in South Burlington, with a couple of high-profile cases that have been just absolutely tragic, and there are countless others as well. So I don't have any problems, voting yes on this. I just want to make the point that these companies have damaged and killed many, many people across the United States. So it's time to get something back so that we can educate and take care of people who are still under the influence. Thank you.
I do have a question with regard to the 70% to the statewide abatement fund. How would that be divvied up, or is it already allocated to?
No, it's not. So there are, by statute, I think, required to be at least 6 meetings a year of this council. And
Our council?
the statewide abatement council.
Okay.
So the statute sets up 2 things. It establishes the funds so that when the money comes in, we have a place to put it, the 70%. And then it sets up a structure for how the money is going to be spent. So it directs that the money be spent consistent with that 14-page document that I mentioned before. And it describes how the council members will be selected, and then the criteria that they'll use to make the decisions about how the money will be spent. And the goal is that the Opioid Abatement Council will be making decisions that will impact the entire state, as opposed to, maybe South Burlington gets X dollars and would like to spend it in a different way locally. This is intended to benefit the entire state.
Are there treatment centers in the state currently in-house?
Yeah. In-house? You mean run by the state?
I don't know.
I mean,
or with some kind of funding provided by the state.
So I'm not an expert on that, so I sort of hesitate to say that. I know that we've got folks who have the benefit of Medicaid, so there are certainly currently funds being spent in that way. There are a bunch of state and federal programs. I'm not sufficiently knowledgeable about the treatment part to say to you, I know that X dollars goes to any particular treatment program. I could probably find that information if you like, and I'm happy to send it. But
I think it's useful for us to know what some people need to get into a supportive environment for a length of time. Is that something that even exists in the state? I would be curious to know.
Yes, and there's a unit of the Department of Health called ADAP, is the acronym, and that's probably where the state's experts in this field reside. They're a pretty impressive group of people. So I can get you a contact person if you want. I can work with Colin and maybe pull together some information for you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's more just to kind of understand, as someone who is receiving these funds, to know, as we're trying to decide what to do locally, what are the larger frameworks that exist in the state, as we consider how our small contribution fits into that whole picture.
Sure.
And I would hope that there would, be some kind of, website or like 211 has a listing of help centers, right? Or some kind of information that we could access even as local officials, where we don't have to have an interview with somebody on the phone, but rather just have an understanding of kind of the apparatus that's already in place in the network that we're trying to, play our small role in.
Yeah, I'll send a link, because I think the Department of Health does that pretty well. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes,
So also, the opioid settlement committee, advisory committee that's putting together the set of recommendations, The VLCT has representatives on that committee, and Chief Burke is one of the municipal representatives on that committee. So as we go forward with this conversation, I think it would be worth bringing him in to have him share from the advice he's providing from the local level up to that statewide location decision.
Yeah, because I think, I mean, I don't know, but I just walking my dog, yeah, I can sense, when neighbors are in crisis. You smell things in the air, you see garbage that hasn't been emptied for weeks and weeks and weeks. I mean, there are just signs that people are in crisis, and I'm not going to go up to the door and knock and inquire. Certainly not my business, unless I can somehow, approach this in a knowledgeable way, and be compelled to respond in some way. But, I just think it would be helpful for, because it does affect us in our very neighborhoods. Yeah. Okay, well, I think we need a motion. The man in the yellow coat was ready to jump all over
I
it.
will move that South Burlington sign on to the settlement agreement with Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens that would enable the Senate to maximize returns to Vermonters.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Very good. Thank you, Helen. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I need to abstain.
All right, and one abstention. And is there a reason? Just curious for that as well.
I can't possibly be objective about this. I can't. I lost family members to opioid overdose, and I know this is a good deal for the state, but $39.5 million doesn't seem to. I can't be objective, so I'm respectfully going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. So that is 4 who voted yay and 1 abstention, Sue. And I am going to ask that we all take a 2-minute break, and we will reconvene in 2 minutes.
Helen, we're getting a lot of background noise from your mic.
Oh, okay. I'll turn.
You, sorry.
All right. Well, thank you for letting us take that 2-minute break. We'll probably extend it a little bit. I would like to have us come back to order. We have as the next item on the agenda our city clerk's retirement. And we will discuss how the process for filling her position until town meeting day of 2024 will be done. Daisy Brayton is here from Human Resources in our city. She's our director.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for. So I haven't had the opportunity to meet with council members yet.
Can you make it bright green?
I can make it bright green. Thank you so much. I'm Daisy Brayton, and I am the Human Resources Director for the City of South Burlington. Very nice to meet you all. Yes, as you all are probably very well familiar, Donna Kinville has announced that she is going to be retiring in August. Our beloved city clerk has decided that she's going to leave prior to her term being over, which means as city council, you have the entire responsibility to appoint an interim city clerk to fulfill those duties until the election in March of 2024. So Helen and I and Donna met earlier in March to take a look at the job description of the city clerk. We took the opportunity to review that, and before you is the revised document, which we agreed upon that hopefully reflects everything that Donna is currently doing and where we want the position to go, but certainly wanted to get city council's input on if there are other things, questions on, or wanted to make sure was included in that job description. In addition to that, we put together a strategy and some plans on our potential timeline. That in front of you is indicating that in April, we wanted to finalize the job description, get advertisements out. As you are all very much aware, this individual must be a City of South Burlington resident. So we will be advertising just locally to recruit individuals to apply for the position. The process would be that we would get it advertised, and the Human Resources Department will be happy to accept those applications and compile them and then get them to the City Council so that we can make a determination on who to interview, who to bring forward, who you want to appoint. That would happen, our timeline again, looking in early May, that we would get interviews and potentially identify a candidate, have an offer made to that individual, and hopefully then in June and through August have some overlap to work with Donna to learn the position and to appreciate all of the knowledge and that's going to be walking out the door. So, and then in August is as I mentioned earlier, when Donna anticipates to be retiring. So, yes, wanted to bring all of this information in front of you and to talk through if we had any questions, any recommendations on timeline, job description, anything that I'm happy to help answer questions.
That's a mighty list of duties. And
40 pounds? You got to be able to lift 40 pounds.
There you go, and climb that ladder that goes into that vault.
Let's see the guns.
Yep.
I think a good-humored person is a must. Someone who whistles while they works.
Absolutely, and can pivot very quickly when the what was your last crisis in when equipment wasn't working properly and batteries were dying, and as I understand, Donna remained very cool and collected and handled the crisis very well.
So if I can just add just a couple more sentences about table setting, we will have lots of opportunities to celebrate Donna in the months to come, but really because this is an interim appointment, it is the council's appointment. We are happy to support you in whatever administrative way we can, but ultimately it will be the council's decision. So we just want to make sure we're going down the right path here, that you all will feel comfortable with getting to a final candidate that you'll be able to make the appointment of. So interviews so I guess our outstanding questions for you are, the job description look good, the timeline look good, and are you comfortable, is your intent that the full council will interview candidates in executive session and then make an appointment in public session? And if yes, then I think the request would be that Donna, Daisy, and myself would all like to somehow be involved in that process.
Of course.
So you say interim, so we
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would just like to add that in the job description, I think it's important to note that we included that the city clerk is part of the leadership team. And so while the person we're going to appoint is ultimately it's an elected role, and they are independent from the city manager, but they work closely together, and going forward as it is now, we wanted to make sure that the next city clerk understands that she's part of the leadership team, which kind of pulls it together in a very nice way.
Mm-hmm. Donna, You guys can sit at the table if you would prefer.
Hi, in that meeting that we had, oh, sorry, Daisy. In the meeting that we had kind of come up with a possibly, hopefully, a June 1st start date for the clerk. I have a relatively, I will say, green team, but there is not a lot of experience in the clerk's office. So this person who comes in is going to be needing a lot of training, in fact, to the point they get comfortable in what they're doing. So if there's any way we could try and get close to somewhere around the June 1st start date for them, that would be appreciated.
Yes, okay. And then the person would be up for election potentially in March at the next town meeting day is the goal?
Right. Statute says that after, they would be elected at the first meeting of the town, which would be March next year.
Okay, very good.
And what's the duration of the position in terms of how often you have to run for election?
It's a 3-year term.
3-year term, okay.
And 2024 would have been the time I would have rerun.
Oh, okay.
So currently, we are holding time on your council agenda on May 1st for interviews, so we can post the job tomorrow,
Post
this
the job
week,
tomorrow.
collect resumes until we send them to you for your consideration for your April 1st meeting,
Which
and
would be-
hopefully make that deadline.
Which be held, and the interview process would be held publicly, like for our committees? This is the first time I've ever, or is this an executive session, or, I don't know.
So I think that's up to you. What and Daisy, please feel free to jump in here. In my mind, this is similar to you all appointing a city manager. So
Executive session.
you did that, and you interviewed me in executive session, and then you made my appointment in public session. You could decide, especially as this will be an elected official position, so you are kind of holding the decision for the voters for the time being, but the voters will need to know this person in the future. You could decide to hold it in open session, or to do a part of it in executive session and then bring a finalist to an open session presentation. Those are some of your options, Daisy.
Yeah, definitely options that you have and completely your decision.
Yeah. So when you say you're holding time at our May 1st meeting, do you foresee that we could potentially hold executive session prior to May 1st and then potentially bring the finalist to that May 1st meeting?
I think that might be pushing it just a little bit, only
would
because we have,
think so.
April, we're already in April, so.
Right.
I would anticipate probably more along the lines that we will have all of the candidates that are applying to you in that May 1st. And although we are looking to do the interviews there.
So we could then look at the second meeting in May after an executive session between that first meeting in May and the second meeting in May, where we'd have the finalist? I'm just trying to think, right, because June is then,
Right,
June
so-
1st is the date that.
So Howard, currently tracking this on your calendar is interviews on May 1st to hopefully get to a decision among you all of who your top candidate is at the end of that evening. And then we would negotiate, or we would make an offer to a candidate that then would be approved by you in your open session on the 15th, but with knowledge that this person was going to be starting in a couple of weeks.
So it would be during our regular meeting time that we could potentially be interviewing people in executive session?
Or you could set up a separate.
I think there might be, depending on how many applicants there are, we might want to consider a smaller group to go through the initial number of applicants, and kind of like we did with city council. Not city council.
City manager.
City manager, and wean out this person doesn't even live in South Burlington, or they don't have the minimum set of requirements or something. So that the whole council isn't looking at, 10 resumes and having a conversation about, so which are the final 3 or something. That's just a suggestion. If the council wants to go through all of them, we certainly can.
That makes sense to me. to have some filter. Presumably, our HR director would participate in that and filter out the most qualified candidates. And then it sounds like the timeline is pretty abbreviated because ideally there'd be some overlap, so Donna could pass on her skills for some short period of time to the person selected. So you'd kind of want that person in the position, say by mid-May, which really makes this timeline very compressed.
Well, no, Donna
We're
serves
look- yeah,
through
we're
August
looking
or
at-
mid-August?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am here August sometime.
Oh, okay, so there'll be
I don't have a set
be
date yet until
June-ish, July for transition.
yeah, until we
Okay,
get,
okay, yeah.
And also keeping in mind, an individual that we bring on board is more than likely going to have to give notice to their current employer, and trying to build that in. So we did build that into the timeline of overlapping with a June start date and having June, July, and part of August to.
Speaking personally, I find city council meetings to be pretty heavy-duty. I mean, unless we have a super light evening, that it would be hard for me to just, kind of change gears into kind of that interview where you want to strike a tone. You certainly, it's a very different, duty that we'd be performing then. I would prefer that executive session, we could do it on a Tuesday, May 2nd, or, just to keep the timing. But I would be much more relaxed if we didn't, have our usual agenda that goes till late at night, that it would just be more relaxed.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, make it more comfortable for the candidates.
Any other questions or concerns for me?
Can I repeat, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can I repeat back what I think we're agreeing to? So we're going to post the job description as is, with a comment about the leadership team, immediately, collect resumes. We'll have Daisy will work with you all to coordinate a special city council meeting sometime right around May 1st to do solely interviews. And then aim to make an appointment no later than the May 15th meeting for somebody to start as soon as possible in June. And so I think I'm good with all of that. And then do you want to appoint two of you to work with Daisy on screening of candidates to get to who to bring forward to the council to interview?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm willing to do that. Is there a second
I'm willing
person?
to help unless somebody else wants to help more than me, or doesn't.
I could help too.
Great, thank you very much.
If it's three of you, we have to warn it. If it's two of you, we can.
I mean, if you want to do it.
I've got a coin here.
Please.
Would you like it? Okay, I'll help.
Okay.
All right, so
Great.
Tim and I, thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'll definitely be keeping you abreast of as things are happening. It's kind of an unusual employment world at the moment. Recruitment can be a challenge, that's for darn sure. So we'll keep on top of it, and then I'll be in communication with how things are going.
All right, very good.
Thanks,
you.
Daisy.
Thank you. Thanks,
At the
Donna.
party, can we have pizza and calzone, or just?
Just pizza.
Gluten-free, though.
Thank you, ladies.
All right. Well, thank you both. We'll look forward to seeing those applications. We're moving on to item number 11, which is regulating rental properties. We are going to be receiving an update from our staff, including our Deputy City Manager, Stephen Locke, as well as our City Attorney, Colin McNeil. And we also have a draft here to consider, at least as a starting point, right?
Exactly, as a starting point. So good evening. And this really was a cross-departmental effort to get to a place, at least something for your consideration. So back in early January, the then council presented the concept of creating, or at least some sort of regulation for short-term rentals And so the group of us got together to look at what that should look like, including the potential for a rental registry. So what we thought perhaps the best way to do that was to present to you a draft ordinance that would get perhaps all those components, and then let you give us some guidance on if you like the direction we're going, and if that is true, then we'll continue, or now would be the time to make some changes if we've overshot or gone too far. So, really the highlights of this, it does two things, including, so it does look at starting to do some regulation of short-term rentals, but it also creates a rental registry of all our rental properties, so that so just so you're aware, our prevention department within the fire department does not inspect, we have the ability to, by law or by ordinance, to inspect rental housing, but we really only do that on a complaint base, so we just don't have the staffing. So this would create a situation where we would, we would have the increased capacity to be able to inspect all rental housing. And so the draft ordinance for you, one for you to consider is, as drafted, it proposes that a short-term rental could only be used if it was owner-occupied. So is that something you desire? That would be a data point we would need to know. Are we on target, or would you like to have it done some different way? It also, if you rent your house out for less than 15 days a year, you would not be considered a short-term rental, and you could still do that. So if you rented your house out for the 2 weeks a year that you were gone away on vacation, you could still do that and would not be considered a rental, need to apply for the rental registry. You would be required to have a property manager within Chittenden County, and so this ultimately is often for us, so for the fire department when you respond. So if we have a building contact and someone that can show up quickly if there's a problem, we are proposing in the ordinance $100 per unit fee, which is similar to the Burlington number. Is that? Anyway, we are proposing 100. We looked at several other ordinances, but we are proposing $100 per unit fee. Mm-hmm. Given that many of our units, certainly just in looking right around the buildings around us, are new units, we are certainly proposing that the first three, if on a new building or a building that's relatively new, that fee would be waived for the first 3 years. And some part of that is those buildings just paid a pretty good fee to have been constructed and all the inspections that occur during construction. And so that was the logic there. And we're also, as part of that, would say a large multifamily unit with more than 40 units owned by the same building owner would have a reduced fee. And again, that's part of when we do that inspection, you would coordinate that and probably do all those units at one time, which makes it much simpler than making 80 different or 40 different phone calls to set up the inspections. And then the final thing I'll bring to your attention is the inspection cycle is really set similar to how Burlington reconfigured theirs, where if you have no violations on your inspection, you don't see us for 5 years unless there's a complaint. But if you have several violations, then the more violations you have, the quicker we come back. And this is a good way to reward those property owners and managers that take good care of their property. So at a high level, this went from both short-term to also long-term or all rental housing. And between Colin, Paul, and Eddie, and I think Terry may be online, we hope we can answer any questions that you may have. I miss anything?
Just one other clarification is that short-term rentals would also be allowed if you are, if you're a tenant. You could rent out as an owner occupied with permission from the owner. And the way this is set up currently is you could also rent out an accessory dwelling unit. So looking for your direction on those concepts as well.
Can I ask a question about that latter point? Can you help help me understand the rationale between allowing tenants to sublet but not allowing owners. What's the differentiation? Is that because you just don't want to see the housing stock? It's
Owner occupied versus tenants, that's your question?
yeah.
I think it was, let's look at what other communities are doing. And a lot of communities had done a similar thing where you were allowed to, if you were an owner, you were allowed to rent out your building as long as it was owner occupied, but also treats a tenant occupied in the same way as an owner occupied. So for instance, if you are a tenant, long-term tenant of a single family residence, and you go away for a month, you'd be allowed to short-term rental
Okay.
your place. It kind of puts a homeowner and a tenant on equal footing, is what I understand.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Can you clarify for me, how does a home that somebody owns and only really owns it just to have it as a, a verbo rental or an Airbnb? Did I misunderstand that this doesn't affect that? It's only owner occupied
So
rentals?
it would not be allowed. So under the ordinance, you could not buy a home and just Airbnb it.
And, okay.
And so this is the
That
most,
was the whole point of it, okay.
yeah, this is the
So
most
how do
restrictive.
Okay, so how do you transition that home that somebody owns from the use that they intended it when they bought it to something different? Does it force them to sell it? Or do they just are able to rent it long-term? You can only do a year-long rental or something?
That's a conversation we're definitely going to have. I think that, yes, it would be, under the current draft of the ordinance, that would be prohibited. I know that, for instance, a lot of municipalities, when they adopt similar short-term rental ordinances, there's a grace period where you can accept rent, you can continue to rent for those rentals that have already signed up. There's a period of time for that that's explained in the passage of the ordinance. But once that period of time is expired, those residences would only be available for long-term rental, and you could no longer short-term rental them under the current draft of the ordinance.
Okay. And hence then there'll be presumably more affordable maybe affordable, maybe not, housing stock. Okay.
And I think Paul has the number of, at least what was best we can capture for the number of short-term rentals out there now.
Yeah, we're currently averaging about 73 active rentals in the city, of which 80% of them are some form of a whole home rental, and about 20% are a room within somebody's house or apartment. And then it sort of breaks down from there as to whether they're single-family homes or within an apartment. The majority are whole homes, meaning the entire single-family home, and that's been the area of growth in the last few years. A little more than doubled the number to about 40-ish from where we were. Now, the data doesn't say whether that's happening 3 days a year for that whole home or the entire year. We have to sort of interpret. So I'd say, some portion of them are full-time rentals, but not all of them. For full-time short-term rentals, but not all of them.
And are you looking at listings for that data?
We are using something called AirDNA, which is a service that is provided that pulls data from VRBO and Airbnb. It doesn't capture the other services, but those two have about 90-something% of the total market share, so that's pretty close. That's a snapshot from last month with data from the past year, and showing sort of trends of the last 5-ish years.
And those were short-term rentals?
Yes, the AirDNA data is only about short-term rentals.
Right.
We have about 40% of our total housing stock is in long-term rental. So of our nearly 10,000 homes, we're nearing 4,000 rentals.
10,000 units?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So did you have questions?
I just want to make sure I understand the rule that's being proposed. So if you have one of the 70 in order to Airbnb it, you can only Airbnb a piece because the owner has to be on site. Is that, that's the proposal?
Well, go ahead.
I mean, we can all answer this question, I think.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Not necessarily. It has to be your primary residence. And
But you don't have to be there.
You don't necessarily have to be there, and as long as it's your primary residence for tax purposes, for homestead purposes, however you can establish that as the place that you live. For instance, some people go away for less than 6 months a year. That would still be their primary residence that could be rented out on Airbnb for that duration of that time when they're not there. It also could be rented out when you are living there if you rent out a portion of it.
I see. Okay.
And I believe the
in terms
third,
of a tenant then, if a tenant, is that the same rule? If it's a tenant's primary residence, they don't necessarily need to be there. I mean, that's the same rule.
That's how we would, yeah.
Because I was confused by the words. It says no individual entity may register a short-term rental unless it's owner occupied, and it says tenant occupied without permission of the owner.
I think that without, I picked up on that earlier, that should have been with.
Okay, yes.
So this, as Chief Locke pointed out, this is the big policy discussion for you. There's a whole gamut of what different communities have done to meet the needs of their community. This draft is at the most, at one end of that spectrum that prioritizes housing to be long-term housing first and foremost. Communities can go all sorts of different models to the other end of that spectrum, depending on the needs of that community. But that's what this one is.
We sense that's where you were, and so if you're not there, let us know and we can go a different direction.
I have a question in terms of that. That is where I am, but I was just curious that I'm thinking that this is a true statement, that we have very little, if any, kind of summer rentals along the lake. I mean, if you look at Colchester, let's say, they have, neighborhoods of just summer rentals. So if you said it had to be a primary residence, then, this would really impact them. But this doesn't, does it or does it not impact, homes in South Burlington?
I'm not, if the question is about whether we have sort of summer camps that are only part-year homes.
Yeah, do we have any?
I'm not, if we have any, there probably could be counted on one hand. I can't think of any.
Okay.
I don't want to
couldn't
say
either.
absolutely, but I can't think of any homes, those neighborhoods along the waterfront have long been desirable neighborhoods and have converted over the last few decades to year-round homes.
Okay.
Okay, Tim, did you?
Okay, but we may want to have some kind of option if that is the case, if we find one that isn't.
Helen, can I ask for your rationale behind that?
Well, I mean, I think if a house is meant to be a summer home, it's never meant, it isn't even maybe weatherized. If the owner owns it as, we don't have hunting camps in South Burlington, but if it's a summer camp, a seasonal camp, it's never going to be full-time housing for someone.
I guess here's where I struggle with that is we start to get into the idea of intent, right? In the sense, my parents until very recently maintained a residence in South Burlington, and they had to sell it. And had they not decided to sell it, the only way that they would have been able to retain it, their snowbirds, would have been to do some sort of short-term rental. Now, they could have done an intermediate term rental that would have kind of skirted any regulation, by offering it for 6 months or 2, what have you. But in essence, that would have been the only means that they could have kept their home here.
Sure. Well, but my understanding is for the snowbirds, if they're still Vermont residents, your parents, for example, if they only are down south for 4.5 months a year, and their primary residence is their home in South Burlington, they could rent it for 4 months or however many months.
Sure,
When they're not,
but there's the practical realities of trying to find a 4 to 6 month tenant versus just turning it over to Airbnb. Right, it's a lot easier
well,
to
they could
flip over the
probably
switch.
turn it over to Airbnb for 4 months.
But yeah, so you could, as long, again, as the chair said, as long
Right.
as that was their primary resident, they could Airbnb at the time they're not there.
Right, but if it's not their primary residence, then
They
have no
as
ability.
proposed, as
Yeah.
we proposed, you would not be allowed.
And I guess that I understand the idea about lakefront housing or or non-year-round housing and offering an exemption there, but it seems a little. It doesn't. Part of me struggles with that because it doesn't seem equitable. If we're allowing, if we wouldn't allow a senior who spends 6 months and 1 day in Florida to do it, and that's the only way that they could keep their home in South Burlington, but we would allow it for someone has the ability to own a lakefront cottage, I struggle with that. It just doesn't seem equitable, and that's where it would seem to me. I don't know what the solution is, but I struggle with that.
What I could add is the people who have been most vehemently writing to me about this do have lakefront property, and they want short-term rentals to go away, that they want their neighborhood back. And so I'll just put that out there, Helen, that these were owner-occupied homes that have been flipping more and more. So I don't think we have cottages out there. I think we have neighborhoods that are flipping. Just the 2 weeks that you mentioned at the beginning, Chief, now you.
It's all right, you can call me either thing.
Yeah.
Steve or Chief is fine.
Was that just an example? So for families that go away for 2 weeks, that they could Airbnb it for 2 weeks? It could be up to 6 months minus 1 day?
A couple of questions there, I think, but the 14 days you were talking about, so we had said that it's not a short-term rental and you don't have to register if you're renting for 14 days in a year.
Yeah.
That's from state law. So the definition of short-term rental in state law exempts those rentals that are under 14 days.
Thank you.
So we had took that from the state statute
Circuits.
itself.
Sorry. I just have a couple of questions.
Sorry, can I pause you for a minute? Helen, can you hear us now? Helen has less sound.
Uh-oh.
Can somebody else on online let us know if you can hear us? Like Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
I can hear you.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, you can keep going. I'll just message Helen.
Okay. Do they have to show and provide liability insurance of $1 million for guests? That was something that I found as a provision.
Let me just look at the number. But yes, they are required to provide liability insurance, or if their platform provides insurance for them. Say, for instance, if Airbnb provides insurance has the same limits as what the ordinance requires, then they would be allowed to not acquire insurance independently, but they'd be able to rely on the provider's insurance. Yes, that is in there. It also requires
Was it $1 million? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I read this on Saturday. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Short-term D.
I'll get there.
Since we're not going to pass it tonight, I trust Chief Black's memory.
Oh, Eddie he's looking at it right back there.
Yeah, oh, okay, very good. I even trust the eyes there.
But it also requires either signing up for an account to pay rooms and meals taxes, or same thing, have your host or the mechanism by which you are renting have that ability to pay those taxes for you.
The other concern had to do with special events. So parties, weddings, and, noise. That would not be respectful of.
There's provision in there that the owner had to notify or provide guidance on what the noise ordinance is. And I think that was the limit. It is addressed in there, but it is basically the owner would have to, as part of, the informational sheet to the tenant, provide listings on what the noise ordinance is.
We don't have any numbers in our nuisance ordinance. Burlington does. Hopefully someday we will. So that's a concern I would have. Some communities prohibit parties and weddings and major events. And since we don't have decibel numbers in our ordinance, I would advance that as something we should consider. And I was also looking at the number of offenses, at the number that the fines would be for offenses. And it does seem to perhaps not be stiff enough to encourage, people to abide by our regulations. So that was another concern I had.
We can look into both of those, and we did try to incorporate most of what was in the letter that you put together, in the draft ordinance
Thank
you
you,
put
I
together.
do appreciate that.
And we can look into both of those aspects.
I mean, I clearly have much stiffer things in the letter I provided here. I mean, we're getting to the thousands of dollars on the second offense.
Right.
So that might be too stiff, but I think when we get to 700 just seems like if they're willing to go up to 4, we're not necessarily dissuading them.
We're just looking for statutorily what we can actually find, and usually it's limited to $800 per day under the statute for violations of ordinances.
Okay.
But we can look into that a little bit more to see what avenues we'd have to have a stiffer penalty there.
Okay. All right.
Can you state the per day thing again, though? Because that's really where the quantity comes.
It's $800 per day.
Per day. Yeah, maybe this wasn't per day. Yeah, maybe it does. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
And I think with parties, there are some ordinances that we looked at that do that, but it obviously, with that, would ramp up the need for enforcement capabilities as well. And, add to our hands-on enforcement of the ordinance itself.
Mm-hmm.
Can I change the conversation back to the,
You have to ask me. I'm the acting chair, Tyler. Just
Oh.
want you to know that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not asking to change the conversation, but we've been talking about short-term rentals, but longer-term rentals. Some of the, I'm concerned that one of the unintended consequences might be that it could further increase rental rates. Can you give a sense, Chief, as for existing property owners and property managers with the move to compliance for inspections and for having to join the rental registry outside of the $100 fee? What are some of the biggest pain points in your experience that some of these renters, that some of these building owners might encounter? And could we be looking at something that might potentially?
I'm just going to let our assistant fire marshal, he's there in the room, just take the podium for a second to tell you probably the most common violations that are found, which would be the pressure points, I think, where a rent or a property manager would have to fix. I will say this, though. Some of our occupancies, people should not be living in. And which will probably surprise you. They did one today, and Eddie showed me the photos later this afternoon, and it really was uninhabitable. And so those types of occupancies we need to be in, but those people aren't calling us to complain.
Right.
But they could.
They could, but they typically don't. So we experience less than 55 violations over the last 55 complaints over the last 2 years. So most people aren't calling in to complain about their housing situation.
Because they're worried about losing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Good evening, Ed Spooner. I believe that you're probably going to see the electrical aspect would be the most expensive avenue for some of these older homes, if they were to rent them out, to bring it up to the current code, to go to what we have in the ordinance with all hardwired interconnected smoke detectors, and then looking at egress windows, escape windows, of that nature, changing those out to the proper size. So there definitely could be some some money incorporated into that. So that's what I think you'd be pretty much be looking at.
And is that, I know this is an impossible question, but is that typical of homes that were built before 1985? Is that, I mean, is there any sort of general, and it's broad brush, that we could say, I'm just trying to get a sense, like, how much of our housing stock might this affect, and could we be, do we have exposure to all of a sudden?
So if it's an existing rental, like a rental apartment, probably it's pretty well in compliance, because most of our housing, our units are newer, where we will have those type of window problems and smoke detector problems being hardwired would be in conversions. If I wanted to rent my 1968 house out now as an Airbnb, then I think those are the houses that we would catch during those inspections to say, in order to let someone sleep here, you've got to change the windows out. Or you can't have extension cords, you're going to have to put some outlets in. Because now we charge our phones next to our beds and all those other things that perhaps we wouldn't have, and we wouldn't allow an extension cord. So again, from our normal apartment buildings are going to have way less concern with ensuring compliance. It's going to be the conversions.
Okay.
Say that? All right, well.
And I really want to stress that one of the goals I've heard this council share is to really, incentivize homeownership, right? And I think that discouraging homes from becoming Airbnbs is something that, if that is a consequence, it's not unintended. And I still think that it is good for everybody to be complying with our fire and our electrical regulations for their own safety. And we can certainly talk about affordable housing at another time, but I am also a proponent of having big A affordable throughout the city that S100 does not allow for. And I see that there...
Can I add one
Oh,
comment
please,
to your
Jessie.
comment, Councilor?
Yes.
So I think I just want to call attention, I think maybe this is where Councilor Barnes was trying to go, the short-term component of this and the long-term component of this. That,
To be clear, yes, I'm talking about the long-term rental component of this, not the short-term rental. Sorry.
right, so to your point, I think that what we have heard from the current council is this interest in securing our home ownership stock and making sure that we're not losing the stock we currently have on the books. The mirror goal of this as currently drafted is to ensure the health and safety and well-being of our rental stock outside of short-term, long-term. So we have, as we tip into 50% rental properties in the city period, that's half of our population that we want to make sure have access to quality housing, affordable or not, quite frankly. And this allows us to build a system that we can document. Right now, we have no way of knowing if our rental housing quality or rental housing stock is of quality. So this ordinance would get us to not only a system that would enable us to prove that to our residents and make sure we're protecting the health and well-being of our residents, but also collect the data and understand what that stock is. And in my experience in Winooski, where we had a rental registry, push information out to those landlords as well. Right now, if we want to send a notice to every rental property owner in the city about a forum with Efficiency Vermont, we have no way to do that. With a rental registry, we would have a way to do that. So it's the two things. It's both incentivizing the home ownership stock, and it's ensuring the health and safety of our rental stock.
You said it much more clearly than I did. My last sentence did not do justice to that.
Yes, we have a couple of...
Yeah, as the council,
I just have a,
yeah.
okay. So just a couple questions. When a single-family home is sold and changes hands in South Burlington, what do the codes dictate in terms of hardwired interconnected smoke detectors today? If it's like old, older homes, 60s, 50s.
It goes to a year, 1994, anything built before, prior to, and after.
Thanks for coming back.
Just stay close, Eddie.
It goes to a year, and that's in the city ordinance. Anything built prior to 94, you have some different varieties of what you can do for detection. And then anything after that is all hardwired interconnected.
It has to be hardwired.
Yeah.
So if it was built after 94, but anything built after 94 isn't necessarily at construction had hardwired interconnected, right?
Not until probably, we're still finding some that are built after that are not.
Yeah.
Most of the newer stuff is, but I can't say for sure because we're not inspecting them. We're not.
Right. So this is the great reason why
not our jurisdiction.
we're trying to do this.
The only time we see those is on time of sale. So if you sell your home, you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Not a single family.
Not a single.
Not a single family, you're right.
Not a single family owner occupied home.
Yeah. So this is just points out that the first thing, in my opinion, is that we need to get our arms around all the rentals because in my mind, ethically, morally, if you accept money from people to live in your unit, right, wherever it is, it's your personal unit or it's another unit that you own, you owe it to yourself and the purchasers of that agreement to provide them with up-to-date code for fire and electrical safety and lead abatement. Right? Let's not forget that all homes built prior to 1978 used lead paint, right? So, and I know that there's a lot of people in the Old North End in Burlington who have had to go through the whole, abatement process on lead. And I'm sure that there are homes in South Burlington that need to go through that as well, especially if they're going to be rented to people with kids, right? So that's another dimension that I don't think you mentioned that in your, okay, go ahead.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
That's a great segue. So I just wanted to add that the project team that Steve led for us sort of took a two-part discussion. One was, what are the core issues that the council's looking to address in the short term? And that we identified as being the rental registry in the short term. And then we also sort of did a bubble diagram, essentially, of what are the orbital issues that relate to this. So that could be building codes for single-family homes, regardless that are ownership. It could be energy codes. It could be certificates of compliance and certificates of occupancy from the zoning side. There's a whole number of related subjects that a structure that, if the council decides to move forward here, can be added to in a thoughtful way over time if you choose to also move in that direction. So we have been putting thought to that, but the team wanted to focus on the core issues in the shorter term to make sure that we don't sort of have it sink under the weight of its own thinking. So that's where we're at.
Thank you. I just want to be sure that all counselors, okay, there's Andrew?
Just, two questions, 2 points. So the short-term rental piece of this, I fully support. In terms of the long-term, I don't know what the state is working on. And, unlike S100, there may well be economies of scale or efficiencies to have a statewide, long-term rental registry, statewide inspection mechanism. I would want to understand that a little bit.
Did it fail last year? Did it fail the year before?
I believe it passed last year and the governor vetoed it.
If it doesn't have legs, then,
No,
yeah.
well,
But
it has interest.
yeah, I mean, I guess I would just personally like to understand what that looks like a little bit before we.
Well, and I would just say that because we have an agreement with the state to do our inspections of all of our public buildings, there would be an expectation from the state that we would handle our own rental registry. I think in the inspection and those occupancies. So that office is gonna have to ramp up to do that work if it does pass through, similar to the same way we would have to ramp up. But I think they would.
They'd rely on us in any
I think they
event.
would concede that it is, given the number of units we have, very similar to all the large communities, it's much better to be handled locally.
So then the second point is, and I know, Jesse, you pointed this out in your memo, I'd like to understand a little bit about, and I know you said we need this information, the fees that we could expect to receive, and would that kind of fund the costs that we'd expect to have to administer this? Because otherwise the rest of the taxpayers are kind of paying for this system that's really only benefiting the landlord. So I would just kind of want to understand that a little bit.
And I think that's what we're looking for your guidance, because that's the next step, is to do some cost projections. I mean, back of the napkin math says it's going to pay for itself. But I don't have those numbers. We know we have about 3,000 units, Paul?
Almost 4.
Yeah, and so in knowing, we're going to need 2 to 3 inspectors, some administrative support, But again, our ask is if we're heading the right direction, then we'll go back and do some financial projections.
Yeah, I'd
bring
want to
that
see
you.
it balance out. And
Yeah, it's probably going to pay for itself, but you should see that up. We want to, spend some time on that.
Andrew, I would just correct one of your statements, and you said this would largely just benefit the owners, the renters, not the renters, but the rental owners. And I see this as benefiting our residents to make the rental properties in South Burlington safer.
Right.
That's
So
true.
I don't see it as a benefit necessarily to the owner of the rental building.
Tim,
One
one
last,
more?
one last. So I just can't emphasize this enough. I'm really interested in the short-term rental issue, but I'm more interested in getting a handle on every single rental and whether or not the buildings meet code today. Because I have seen a unit in South Burlington. Somebody in my family rented one who was going to UVM a few years ago, and I referenced it in my other paper article, right? And it had at least 3 or 4 violations. If there were an inspection, that property owner who was taking in $4,000 a month would have to rectify them in a certain amount of time,
And I think that's why, we brought you an ordinance that includes both of those. We could have just focused on the short term and, for certainly for myself and those in the fire department who see these every day. If we're going to do this, we would much prefer you bite off the whole apple and take on all rental housing.
Good.
Yep.
I think we're in agreement. All right. We do have one person online. I saw one person here in the audience. Are there other people who'd like to make a comment? Okay, if you'd like to come up to the podium, and I'm sure that you'll have to probably push the button to make sure it's a bright green light to speak. And then just identify yourself.
Oh, there it goes. My name's Nora Sonical. I've met you all before. So I have a couple perspectives on the short-term rental housing and some concerns about the long-term housing. I know when I saw that we were going to be looking into this as a city, I did the math, and just to say out loud is that these Airbnbs, they really only comprise 1% of our housing stock. So just to have a proportion of a problem, when you do the math, these Airbnbs sprinkled around the city, they only comprise 1% of the housing stock. So I don't think we're going to gain a lot by shutting down maybe somebody who has a house and then owns the house next door, and shutting down that person's next door house that maybe they generate income off of. But they could, I think, convert to long-term rental. So I'm just sort of noting that's all. But the question, so I have a number of questions. I guess that one of the concerns I have, so just full disclosure, I own a house. Actually, when I first moved to Vermont, my husband at the time and I bought a house in Shelburne. We had an apartment under half of it, and we rented it out, and then we sold that house. And then back in 2009, I started renting a room in my own house, and I pay taxes on it. It's mine. It's good with the insurance company. Every for the most part, is good. And it's not a short-term rental. It's people stay with me for a year or 6 months. But that's the only way I've been able to afford that home as a single parent. And I guess I want to offer another perspective that if we come at this problem with a very, I don't want to use the word punitive, but very regulatory approach, or maybe over-regulatory, are we going to squeeze out people who don't have the time to figure this out? I mean, I had some experience. I do a lease. You know, I was willing to make things as legal, obviously, as possible. And because I have a license, a professional license, I'm not going to screw things up. But I'm just wondering if there are other people like me who are trying to hang on to a property by renting some part out for whatever reason. Or, you know, a lot of the people I would have, and to just also emphasize, there's a need for short-term housing. I'm not talking about the 30-day housing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who are going to be here for 6 months, 3 months. There is a great need for short-term housing in this community. I'm approached by various forms of healthcare professionals. Hey, are you renting your room still? Do you have space? I'm approached by students. I'm approached by other professionals who are maybe here for half a year for whatever reason. Like, I'm approached by lots of people to, like, do you have space? What's your situation? Couples, lots of people with dogs. You know, so there's just a lot of need. So what my concern is, if we become over-regulatory, we're going to squeeze out the people who are trying to hang on to their homes, and then we're going to deplete inadvertently some housing. Now, I don't want people living in unsafe housing. I know what that looks like, and I think that's wrong. But I think we have to strike a tone that wants to conserve what's out there, and obviously get rid of what's dangerous, for sure. But I'm not, you know, I just really want to offer another perspective. I can think of some Airbnb hosts who maybe have lost their job. That's why they're renting out their home, or they're artists, right? So this is not people trying to get one over on the community. They're contributing to the community. So I just want to offer a different perspective on that.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you.
Nora, can I ask you a follow-up? So are you concerned about the provision which requires it to be the primary home of the prospective landlord, or the $100
Cost of the inspections.
fee, or the inspections? Which part is concerning you?
I would say probably, you know, I've read it a number of times. I don't think the primary owner is a hard one. I'm not as concerned about that, because if you're the primary owner, that sort of fits into some of the scenarios I'm aware of. I would say it's definitely going to be a big push to get everything, what you've named, to code for some people. I think that's going to be really difficult. If you even just hiring some basics in your home, you're going to be coughing up, you know, $1,500, $2,000, maybe more, even more so. So maybe that might not be very available to kind of throw at their property. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as an aspiration. I just think that people are gonna go underground. You know what I mean? Like, you could have the, you know, I think it's already a little underground, but if you want to invite people out of the shadows, right, and make their housing legit and safe, there's got to be some carrot approach to it, right?
But someone has to pay for that inspection,
And
Nora.
somebody has to pay for that, right? No, I mean, it's true. I'm not saying they shouldn't pay for it, but I'm just saying that my concern is people losing housing. I'm concerned of I just want to offer a different perspective, that it's not all these bad landlords. And I also want to ask you to make the regulations more clear. Like, does this include people with roommates? Does it include, you know, are you going to have the long-term housing regulations mirror exactly the short-term ones? Because again, I think some clarity needs to happen around that. That would be a request.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we have Chris Trombley online.
Hi, thank you. Nora actually overlapped a little bit, but I was hoping just for some clarification. There, the 30-day cutoff, a lot of longer term rentals have moved away from annual contracts and they're now month to month. Would I understand the interpretations that if it's a month to month contract, that we would still classify that as long term?
I think that's a great question that we haven't really thought through yet, but it sounds like if it's over a 30-day lease, then yes, it would be considered long-term.
It's these month to month that they're kind of the short-term rentals that Nora's touching on a little bit. We're like, I'm not really going to be here for a while. It's going to be, I'm here for some workforce issues, or I need some temporary place to be because I was displaced or whatever. There's this kind of a more of a niche group that I wouldn't want to see any harm to that group, especially since it helps subsidize folks who kind of rely on that income to cover the bills. But if it is a long term, if it's month to month, if it's long term, that sounds like it's positive. Thank you.
And Sandy Dooley?
First, I wanted to thank the staff team that worked on this. It's been on a work plan of the Affordable Housing Committee, in particular about wanting to preserve long-term housing opportunities, whether it results in more opportunities for home ownership or long-term rentals. I wanted to say that I would respectfully disagree with the point that we shouldn't think about regulating short-term rentals because they're not a large percentage of our housing stock, because it's, in my view, it's better to, if we think that the growth in this phenomenon is not in the best interest of the city, then it's better to start regulating it when it's small rather than when it's really gotten to be a bigger phenomenon or practice than it is now. I think people seem to be in agreement that you shouldn't make an exception for a lakefront cottage. I don't think there are any lakefront homes that aren't year-round. I am aware of a lakefront home that is used for short-term rentals, and it's not owner-occupied, and I do think I don't see any reason for there being an exception to that. But mostly I want to applaud you because I think from the conversations, the health and safety issue of doing our best to make sure that when people rent, they have a habitable place to live, as well as trying to promote the long-term housing stock that we have, preserve it. There are many different positive outcomes, I think, of this regulation. So I would encourage you to move forward on it, and thank you for the time you're giving to it tonight.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I want to thank you for bringing it forward. It's actually earlier than I had thought when we were kind of prioritizing things. So you put on your superhero cape and you came through. I would really like to know the timeline for when you'll come back to us. Do you need some direction from us before you go and work? I know you were talking about also a needed hire.
Well, I think we can come back to you probably in 30 to 45 days, right, with cost projections and what that's going to look like. And then that would lead to your next steps on a public hearing and so I'll defer to Jessie on when she thinks that would be on the schedule. But we should be back to you no, Colin has vacation. I knew that there was something I was told that was going to lay this out. That's right. We lose Colin for a little while on vacation. No.
And on a trial so Colin will be at a trial for a week and then on vacation for the last 2 weeks in April. So I think we will pick back up. I think we can move in parallel with the staff planning, the finances of it, and Colin will pick back up fine-tuning the ordinance in May and then come back to you either second meeting in May or early June.
All right.
Yeah, I knew it.
I think we're always open to guidance, whether we're on the right track. I mean, what we essentially tried to do was incorporate in ordinance what you had suggested us to do. And so if we're on the wrong track, or you think we can hit on some things that we've missed or do it better, please, like, we're all open to try to address what you want us to do.
Did you get a sense of the direction here that we're providing?
Well, I'll just say, I think the one thing, do you as a council want us to put noise in, or really the prohibition of gatherings?
Yeah.
In the,
That's, I mean,
I heard that loud and clear from the vice chair. I just was, is that the consensus? Because I think that's where we're headed with language that would prohibit that. So I think that's everything else I think was very clear. You wanted us to go in, and the prohibition on gatherings, we had taken, I guess that's the one thing I'm not sure we have consensus on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would support that.
I don't object.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have guidance.
I'm happy with this progress because this is the,
So am I.
we're making headway,
yes.
right?
We are.
We're going to go there. We've been talking about this for years, right?
We have.
Warn the public meeting.
We listen sometimes, Tim.
No, I'm just saying, prior to you being here, we've talked about this a lot, and I'm really impressed that you've generated this much information and you know, a path for a project, so thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. See you on Friday, Colin. It's not vacation time yet, I'm afraid. All right, we're going to move on to number 12. Receive and accept amendments to the land development regulations, number LDR-22-09, and possibly set a public hearing for May 1st at 7:30. And we're going to hear from Paul Connor again, our Director of Planning and Zoning.
Hey, folks, Paul Connor. Jessica Luisos, Chair of the Planning Commission, is also online. So thank you, Jessica, for participating. So this is the follow-up to your last meeting. So at your last meeting, you held a public hearing on a series of amendments, minor and, well, not entirely minor, but updates to the environmental protection standards. At that meeting, you received some feedback and from the public, and you asked us to work on some additional language. So that language is presented to you tonight. As a modification. If you choose to pick up that modification, then you would warn an additional hearing based on that language. If you choose not to advance that, then you have the opportunity, if you want to take action. Well, I don't think it was warned for action tonight, was it? For adoption? Okay, so you could provide us with the guidance that you don't want to include that.
Thank you. All right. I'll just get started since I'm probably going to be the fly in the ointment. I don't know if there will be other flies with me or will actually be the ointment. I don't know. But the modification that you brought forward and the discussion we had at our March 20th meeting really opened my eyes to the risks of reverting to a 50-foot buffer for homes that were built prior to, what was it, November 1st, 2020 something. And I am very concerned that we are opening up situations where there will need to either be repairs because they're building on land that shouldn't be built. And I'm also concerned that there are no limitations on what could be within that, outside of that 50-foot buffer. So except for the percentage of impervious surface on a parcel. And I think, when we think about existing properties, when we introduce a new ordinance or a new building code, it's primarily for aesthetics, it's primarily for character. In this case, we're talking about nature, we're talking about the immovable force. It's not simply a matter of taste. And we had reasons, which I thought were pretty structurally sound reasons for changing that 50-foot buffer to a 100-foot buffer. I mean, I'm hesitant even to say that, the people on the lakefront property that probably would not be allowed under our current regulations can replace, a sinking deck or patio because of the land shifting underneath. But I've been swayed, having had conversations, with colleagues here, that when that is truly existing, that we could, allow that repair to occur. But I certainly don't want to create new situations like that situation, where, we see not only damage that could be done to that infrastructure of the house, but also damage that could be done to an ecosystem. And, it was raised to me that, it might not be fair to these homeowners who bought their homes believing that they could add a deck, they could add a sunroom, they could add whatever they wish to add. I'm not so concerned about a small shed, but regarding, an impervious patio or a sunroom, I am concerned. And it is, to my mind, kind of part of buying property. I have no assurance that the property behind my house will not change, none whatsoever. So the benefits of not having, perhaps an apartment building behind me, I can't count on that. And that's just part of being a property owner. And when situations change, you can stay and adapt, or you can sell and move on. And I really feel that this is not a negotiable item. I mean, I think about all of the houses that are now, on stilts on the Atlantic Ocean in South Carolina, and now they're having to move these homes back. And should we say simply because they bought their home there that they should be allowed to, develop this oceanfront property? No. We know that this is not tenable, and I believe that with the rainstorms and increased flooding that we are expecting here in Vermont, that is our Atlantic Ocean, situation. And I'm willing to accept the modification, but the modification is causing strong reservations on my part with regard to the amendment, which is, let me get there. I have no trouble with the retaining wall or the steep slope. And let me just find it. Yeah, so it's November 10th, 2021. So it is page 142 in our packets. It's Article 12, 12.06, Wetland Protection Standards. Number 2, Class 2 wetlands and related buffers. C, for lots less than half an acre existing as of November 10th, 2021, approved for or containing a single-family or two-family dwelling, the Class 2 wetlands buffer is measured 50 feet in horizontal distance from the boundary of the Class 2 wetland as opposed to 100 feet, which are the new regulations. There we are. So I just thought the fly should come out in the open, and there I am.
So I'm not positive what you're saying. You would approve the variance or whatever we call it for the couple to fix their retaining wall, but you don't want the language changed so that could happen again?
Right. Right.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused by that. So if there were a similar situation that was happening with another homeowner, and they had a portion of their home that was sinking or that was causing damage to their home or to their property.
Oh, we should allow them, right, that's where the modification is there, to repair. Now I'm going back to that modification, which is in yellow. Just a minute. No, I should have probably gone down. Okay. Redevelopment of pre-existing gardens, landscaped areas, lawns, public infrastructure, structures, and impervious surfaces.
So what the specific language that you object to is?
Allowing a new structure to be built that might then have to be redeveloped in the future because of that damage that occurs when you build on a wetland.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can we just go back? So just in terms of the couple that was talking about their sinking patio, is it the new language is on page 2? That's the language that's intended to address that patio issue? And that would they could satisfy that what they want to do is either will have a positive effect or the wetland expanded, and that this kind of works for that couple? Is that what we're saying?
It's staff's feeling that can address the couple's concerns. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a simple process. So this process requires first, it's going to go to the DRB. So in order to go to the DRB, there needs to be a wetland delineation. After the wetland delineation, then the person will have to propose and have a wetland scientist demonstrate what they're doing to improve the overall condition. So in their case, it might be that they can put in their retaining feature, but may need to take another part of their property where, they've been using the 50-foot wetland buffer and properly leaving that to grow into a natural condition, but they have some additional lawn. They may need to take some of that lawn
But this is
and
not
convert
what
it
they
into a wetland.
offered. This is kind of like we're.
No, they
a little bit of a
right. They
policy
proposed something
negotiation.
that was a little bit more of a.
That's fine.
If there are tough circumstances, what to do with it? We took a slightly different approach that was narrow.
I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So now, I think Megan, what you're saying is that you don't think that we should change the 100-foot buffer rule to 50 feet for the set of properties identified, the half-acre properties that were built before a certain date.
Correct.
You don't want those properties built before that were in the previous 50-foot to add any structure to those houses to penetrate further into what is now a 100-foot
That's
buffer,
correct.
right? This doesn't address structures. It just says gardens, landscape area lawns, public infrastructure structures.
It's a different.
Well, so these are two different subsections of the rules. So the one that Councilor Emery is referring to is a broad return for parcels of less than half an acre in size to having a 50-foot buffer, period. If they pre-existing sites.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
We would need to add that. We need both of these. I understand, we don't need both of these, then why are we looking at the second one with wetland?
They're both regard to wetlands, but one is for an existing structure, and the other is allowing new structures.
Can I share Tyler? I was on the planning commission.
Yeah.
Let me just give the history, at least from my perspective, and the evolution. Just so, Paul approached the planning commission maybe 6 months ago, articulating that there were a number of homeowners that had come before the DRB to say we want to add a shed, or we want to extend our deck, but doing that would encroach on the new 100-foot buffer. And there were, I guess, a number of these folks, and so they couldn't do it. And the question that came up was, well, did we really mean to do that? Did we really mean to prevent folks who live on these fairly small lots, who built their homes in accordance with the regulations that were in effect at the time, to stop them now from putting a shed or extending a deck? And we had this conversation over, a number of sessions at the planning commission. I have to say, my initial inclination was similar to Megan's, that, look, I didn't think we should, just carte blanche eliminate the 100-foot buffer, but perhaps define a limited set of things that they could do. Yeah, if you want to build a small shed or you want to, extend an above-ground deck and no new impervious surface, that would be okay. But I was persuaded that because of our lot coverage ratios, which already kind of limit how much impervious surface that could be on these small lots, that, on balance, that lot coverage ratio would probably do what we need to do for these small lots, and that kind of these homeowners relied on the regs at the time, and it would just felt to me personally, and I was persuaded it would just be, the onerous nature of it would be out of balance with what we were trying to accomplish from a natural resource perspective. And I think Jessica put it well, we need to maintain the community's goodwill in all the natural resource protection that we want to do, and imposing this fairly onerous requirement on these small lots, I guess I was persuaded that was maybe a bridge too far. And so the Planning Commission unanimously approved sending this to the council to revert back to the 50-foot buffer for these
Select properties.
Small properties.
Yep.
My concern is that, what's to prevent other people from coming forward and saying, I too have an issue with this 100-foot buffer? Well, that's where I have to say, why are we allowing some people to build new structures and not other people to build new structures? If it's an existing structure, that's a clear distinction in my mind. But the new structure, where do we say no? I mean, there's always going to be a very sympathetic argument. Yeah, but the lot coverage has to include the road, has to include what else is around that area, not just a half-acre lot, which, should be, 40% impervious maximum, if I remember correctly. If you put that spot where we already have roads and other homes, and there's a lot of potentially impervious surface around that area, and when we're trying to prevent floods, we're trying to protect homeowners in addition to protecting ecosystems. I cannot look at an isolated property on its whole. A wetland is a whole system. And so we'd have to look at the whole system in order to determine, what this would mean for individual homeowners and for that ecosystem. And I just, where do we say no? I mean, that's where.
Megan, there was just one other fact. I guess there were a handful of lots that are undeveloped, but that were delineated under the old 50-foot buffer that I gather would become undevelopable with the 100-foot buffer. And that also was a bit of the thinking that, and you could have a separate rule for a completely undeveloped lots or developed lots, but to say to someone that, delineated a lot under the old rules and compliance with the rules, we changed the rules and now you can't do anything. It just felt a bit harsh for a small lot.
So I guess, and I had conversations over the weekend because I was struggling with this. I would like to hear that conversation that you all had in order to be convinced.
Sure.
And
Well, maybe Jessica could provide some.
Yeah, but to actually see the situation through, a Google map or whatever. Jessica, please, yeah.
Yeah, I think Andrew just did a really great job of giving the summary and overview of kind of that last conversation of how we kind of came together as a group. And, I think there were a few other pieces of it also. One is going way back to when we were actually considering going from the 50-foot to the 100-foot buffer in the first place. And there was a lot of discussion at that time. And part of it was that, well, in these existing neighborhoods, you're not getting anything else anyway. So I think there was already like a kind of acknowledgement that in these developed areas, typically that extra 50 feet was already lawns. It was already mowed. It already had various structures in it. So, you know, I think when we were doing the adopting, there was a general acknowledgement that we weren't necessarily getting more in these you know, neighborhoods with the small lots. So that's a little bit of back history. And then also, you know, Andrew was talking about the impervious cover percentage. That was part of our conversation. And then also that buildings have additional setbacks from your lot lines. And, you know, typically what was happening with the layout of these neighborhoods was that the entire lot was outside of the 50-foot buffer. So you have your wetland, you have the 50-foot buffer from that time, and then you have somewhere beyond that the lot line, and then you have an additional setback from that lot line for something like a home or kind of bigger structures, you know, which is kind of further keeping, you know, a lot of the structures you're talking about even further from the wetland. And then, you know, we also had a conversation about how, like, what is the impact to the wetland or the wetland buffer from some of these structures, like a patio or like a small shed. And, you know, from a stormwater perspective, yes, they are impervious surfaces, but they're typically the types of impervious surfaces that are relatively small, and the stormwater kind of sheet flows off of them and into the lawn and other vegetated areas around them. So kind of in the like world of impervious surfaces, they're not as critical as like a parking lot or, you know, very large structures where, you know, a lot of stormwater winds up concentrated and carrying a lot of pollutants. You know, it's typically a relatively clean water, you know, that's hitting the surface and running off into vegetated areas. So, you know, when we were really thinking about like what is the actual impact, it felt like it didn't match up with what we were hearing from staff and from landowners, that the burden was on them to be able to say, okay, you're not allowed to have a shed, even though half your neighborhood already has sheds. You know, it just felt, I don't know, like I'd rather have those landowners on board and, you know, pleased with the great environmental work that we're doing and voting for our, you know, pennies for parks and, you know, taking care of our natural areas, instead of, you know, just feeling like we're out to get them over kind of a relatively small thing. In most cases, it's an existing mowed backyard. You know, we're not in cases, you know, talking about going into like a naturally vegetated wetland buffer in these cases where, you know, you have these neighborhoods laid out the way they are. So, you know, I think that's a little bit more of the conversation in addition to what Andrew was pointing out.
Thank you, Jessica. And what I would just respond to that is that's looking at the situation today. So if we're looking at a situation in 50, 60 years, right, where we are having those storms, we are having the flooding, and perhaps there will be a city council here that will say no more lawn mowing, no more pesticides, no more, and so that's where I'm looking at. And I'm also looking at, the situation where all of the arguments you just gave for why you agreed to reducing that 100-foot buffer to the 50-foot buffer for these specific homeowners, I do not see what would stop a 0.6 or 0.7 or 0.8 or 0.9 or a 1, anybody challenging our 100-foot buffer. I don't, what's to stop them from saying, why are you stopping at a half an acre? Because that's actually big size. I live on a fifth of an acre, and that's actually a pretty big size, half an acre to me. So, I don't have so much the issue with the shed, but if you know, a deck can be turned into a four-season porch, and we just keep going on, you know, that our rules have no more meaning anymore, and I'm concerned about that. So the small shed, okay, if they want to put their, you know, their lawnmower in a small shed, I have no issue. But with regard to a structure that could turn into a habitable space, and that truly we're going against the spirit and actual, you know, word of our new regulations that I think we truly believed in. I know I did. And I know that some people wanted to go to 200 feet because that's what some states are doing because of the amount of water that they're going to be seeing in 50 years. I have real concerns. Yeah.
Make a suggestion. May I make a suggestion?
Please.
So Paul outlined earlier today to you and me, Megan, 3 different options of what action the council could take tonight. And I'm wondering if we want him to go, given what you shared and given the full interest of the council, if one of those options would allow what the council's pleasure is for what to do next. Can you walk through those, Paul?
Yeah.
Sure. So options are, so you have the full set of amendments as presented by the Planning Commission. You also have the modification that is in tonight's packet that you asked for. If you would like, I guess the first decision point for you is what do you want to do with the modification? You could choose to reject it. You could choose to include it tonight and warn a public hearing. And or you could say, Planning Commission, we'd like your thoughts on it before we take action, so you could table it. And then basically the same applies to anything from the whole rest of the rules as proposed by the Planning Commission. You could choose to modify them further, or you could choose to proceed with either of the other 2 courses, warning a public hearing with the additional modification or any other changes, or just straight with the modification.
I'll just put it out there that I would like to accept the modification, meaning that I would like the commission to reflect on, not saying that that's what's going to happen, it's just one counselor here, but to consider the modification, that amendment with regard to wetlands.
Can we ask the chair what she thinks?
Yeah, please, Helen. We can't hear you.
Unmute.
Sorry, I was going to support including the language that was presented tonight and schedule a hearing.
And
I'm not sure what so I'm in agreement that I think Paul responded to the directions we gave him, and I appreciate your concerns, Megan, but I think I would, it appears to me that from Andrew, who was on the committee, and Jessica, the chair of the Planning Commission, that this language is in keeping with their conversations and conclusions.
Okay.
But the statement you just made, I wasn't sure. You want to send it back to the commission to have them do what?
Well, I happen to know the chair of the Natural Resources and Conservation Committee quite well, and speaking with this with him, he's very concerned now with the amendment. So I think the NRCC might wish to have some kind of input, which is why I suggested that this could be something that could be discussed further. But as I said, I might just be the fly in the ointment, but I just want to put that out there, that there might be interest in having the NRCC weigh in on this amendment.
I understand and I appreciate your perspective, and I applaud your passion. These poor people have been trying to do the right thing for a very long time, and they've been going through all the hoops. If it had been me, I just would have done it and been done with it. And I just, when you have people that come and ask for help and are trying their darndest to do the right thing and to go through the proper channels, I think that should be applauded, and I think we have.
Support the modification.
I think we have but on both sides, you also have the folks that Councilor Chalnick mentioned. I think we have a responsibility to be timely and to be responsive, and so I would support passing language as it stands right now.
We have to set a public hearing. We can't pass
Set the public hearing, yes, but going as planned.
So Tim, that was my thought. If you want a motion, I can make that, or if you want to share what you're thinking, and then we can go from there, it's fine.
Having heard Andrew's explanation and Jessica's explanation as well, I'm comfortable with it, because the people that were there when the 50-foot buffer distance was in place, right? I don't think this is going to have a very large impact at all. And for a half an acre lot or less, I think that it's fine, especially hearing that they had a lot of discussion about it. And I'm okay with it now.
Great, okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I will make a motion then to warn a public hearing.
Just a minute, Helen, we do have somebody who would like to say something.
Sorry.
And please just introduce yourself to make sure the button, the bright
It's
light is
green.
on. Yeah.
I'm Kathy Easton. I was here recently speaking with you about our very complicated property and our slumping embankment. And Paul Connor has been in touch with me. He's been very helpful. But I have to say, in coming to the city council, I so respect all the time that you give and all your thoughtful energy that you apply. But when I come here, I feel, on the one hand, sort of like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, that 1939 movie, where a person is fighting against what they perceive to be injustice or an illogical situation. But I also feel like the protagonist in Joseph Heller's Catch-22, where I think it's Yossarian, is that person's name, is placed in a paradoxical situation from which an individual cannot escape because of contradictory rules or limitations. So on the one hand, we fit so well within the guidelines for the slopes. Everything that it says is exactly what we want to do. We want to repair a small area that's probably about as big as that stage area in front of your dais. But we also fall under the wetlands. And so even though what we want to do is appropriate for the slumping ground, it may not be appropriate for the wetlands. And I actually took the time. I read through all 31 pages or so of Section 12, which I don't know if you have done, but I have. And every time I go through that, it almost seems like the language started off in one direction, and then it started to get massaged. And when you're looking from one to another, when I compare them to the state regulations, with which I think we're in accord, that doesn't quite match up. So in the case of this recent change, I appreciate it, but now this means that for this area, we're going to have to hire the services of a wetland specialist. Now, back in 2009, I think they billed out at $95 an hour. So for the sake of this, we'll have someone come in, they'll study the ground, they'll write a report, but even in a criminal trial, when you're accused of a crime, it isn't your obligation to prove that you're innocent. It is rather the obligation of the prosecution to prove that you're doing something wrong. So now we're going to have to prove that this modification that's returning the soil to what it was, we're not doing a bad thing. And I think when Nora made her comments about the housing, I could identify with that because you and I both know people that when they get pushed too hard by regulations, their answer is, well, I'm just going to do, as Tyler said, I'm going to do what I want. And we haven't done that. We keep coming back to try to find redress within your regulations. And I know you have a tough job, and you're trying to balance all the environmental issues that I think are very important. But for so many of these people on these little lots that you're talking about, their home is the biggest investment they will ever have in their life. And for them to say, I want to have a little bit bigger deck. I know you may be thinking 50 years down the road, but they're thinking today and tomorrow and the enjoyment of their family. So whatever you do with these regulations, there has got to be a way to have a balance that doesn't reflect a heartlessness, a perceived heartlessness when people listen to what you say. And I'm not lecturing you, and I think we can find a way to fix the slumping ground and to fix our sitting wall, which is not a retaining wall, nor is it Mont Saint-Michel, even though we have water. And the stream doesn't meander only at the very 10 feet where it goes into the lake. But I hope that you all, working with Paul and your committees, can come up with regulations that people in their hearts accept and people know in their minds that make good sense, and that we'll be able to go forward and fix our slumping soil. So thank you for hearing me out, and I do appreciate all that you do. And I'm sorry if I sound frustrated, but I am. So thank you very much.
Yep. Well, all I can say is that there are neighborhoods where, the frontage changed and things change. And I think that fighting against a wetland is a losing battle. I do hope that you enjoy your home.
This is not fighting against a wetland.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the wetland that's off of that. This is soil.
So can I move
go ahead,
that
yeah.
we, oh, are you done?
Yes,
I
go
can't
ahead, Helen.
see.
No, I was done.
So I don't have to make the motion, someone else can,
No, go ahead.
but I will move. I will move that we accept this new language and set a hearing for, what is the date that we have on the sheet?
May 1st at 7:30.
May 1st at 7:30.
Second.
All right, all those any more discussion? No.
Can we discuss?
Sure.
More?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the first time that I'm seeing the modification, right, that was proposed to address the situation that was presented to us. And I'm wondering whether or not we could adjust it in a way which meets the community needs and doesn't impact the natural areas that we want to protect. And this is the first time I'm seeing it, but I can imagine it could say something like, if the applicant has proposed, an alteration and there's no reasonably feasible alternative, to accomplish a repair, then as long as that repair doesn't have a negative effect, I mean, I could see writing this in a way which protects what we're trying to protect, but also provides a little more flexibility. Again, this is the first time I'm looking at it, but
I wanted the commission to look at that, but I was.
yeah. So I'm just.
I'm already here.
I'm sensitive to what we heard, and I could understand. This is not really addressing the case we heard, which we're trying to fix something. We've tried a lot of ways. We haven't found a reasonably feasible alternative, and we're trying to do it in a way which doesn't have a negative effect. And if that, if we crafted a rule which addressed that circumstance, I'd personally be comfortable with a rule like that. I don't know if that would address your concern. And so, again, just seeing this, the rest of this I'm fine with, right? I mean, I was on the planning commission when we went through it, but this particular rule, I'm wondering whether it could be tweak still a little bit to
Yeah,
address the concern we've heard.
It's not meeting her needs. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
She's saying it's not meeting
Yeah.
her needs.
Well, I think what she's saying is that I think she feels like, why does she have to hire the wetland scientist to evaluate this little tiny piece of slumping ground, which, by the way, really is next to the outflow from a brook, right? That's mostly dry all the time. It's not like it's, if you're thinking about South Village, right, where you have those homes backed up to and it's all marshy and it's next to the Great Swamp. This is not like that at all. It's like the land goes down and then there's this like dry bed creek.
You've seen it?
Yeah, because
Okay.
as part of the DRB, I was there
I've
for
seen
a
it.
related thing, which I don't know what that application was or what we were doing, but I was like, wow, look at this channel. It just cuts right down between these trees and it goes right into Shelburne Bay. So it's kind of a unique situation, which I mean, I guess it qualifies as a Class 2 wetland, but it's only wet when there's a lot of water coming down that brook, so anyway. I don't know how to make.
Well, I may have misunderstood your comments, Andrew, because I thought you were so eloquently describing the conversations and the
Oh, no,
need for
Helen, let me
some-
just be clear. So,
that this language was the language that you supported.
oh, no, I'm sorry, Helen. So
I mean,
let me.
I was surprised to hear, I was surprised to hear that this didn't resolve the issue.
No. So the
It was
planning
like the
commission didn't
forest.
look at this very latest language that's yellow highlighted on page 2. The planning commission looked at all the other
Right.
changes. And so I was addressing all the other changes, which, yes, I fully support. This is, I think, the first time anyone has seen this language, this modification. And so I don't think anyone's actually had an opportunity to think about this and what it does. And so that's the only piece that I'm expressing a little bit of concern about, this very latest new language.
I understand.
So just a procedural note. If you would like to review other options, as Councilor Chalnick is referring to, I would suggest for efficiency of the whole thing, decide that now rather than warning a public hearing and then making a change. Because if you warn a public hearing and then you decide that you
Right,
want to
just
do
use
as
another-
Councilor Chalnick is suggesting, then you have to warn another public hearing for June for that. So I would suggest that, become comfortable.
Can we separate these things?
Anytime, not really. Once you take action to adopt, then it's done and it's back at the beginning for any other changes. So
Good.
you're now, it is in your hands.
Been waiting
You
a
can
long
work on it as long as you want, but I would suggest working to something that you feel comfortable with as a whole and then warning a public hearing on it then.
Well, I can withdraw my motion and go along with asking the planning commission, I guess, to review this language and come back with something that is more specific.
That's what I would recommend.
Going back to the point about having a heart, I mean, these folks have been waiting a long time.
This isn't satisfying them, Tyler. She just.
They're not, it's not sounding, but and I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I think it's a step in the right direction, but at the same time, they're still going to have to pay ungodly sums of money to have an environmental engineer come out and take a look at it. I mean,
No,
It's-
Tyler.
So, but
we want
Tyler,
that
so
language.
this doesn't resolve the issue for her.
Right.
Like.
well, can I ask the applicant, would waiting longer be more satisfactory or less satisfactory?
If the rule could be altered.
Well, we're talking about, Paul, in 2 weeks, you can, let's see, when does the planning commission meet again? Next Tuesday?
Right.
Yes, we could come back to the council in 2 weeks if that was your wish. And if you'd
Okay.
like the commission to look at it in that time, we would continue to press them to make sure they're focused on the comprehensive plan, but I'm sure we could find a little bit of time on the agenda to address this if that's council's pleasure.
I don't want you to think that we are ungrateful for Paul's efforts, nor that this solution that he's come up with doesn't have merit. It does. But our problem will still be there. But you need, I think, to take the time to get whatever it is you want to do in the best form that you can. I would not want you to rush a wording or a decision for our situation if it needs some discussion. And just to make sure, for some reason you are thinking that the slumping land is near the stream. It is not. It
I
is,
should come visit. if
it
you-
is not. It is, if you took this room, this wall has some slumping land. And about 2/3 of the way over, there's part of a stormwater management system and a swale. And then further out, beyond that wall, is a stream that has varied water depending on the time of the year. But the slumping land is not near the stream. And this should be a relatively reasonable thing to be able to fix. So I appreciate your efforts and your work on this. And we're only one job among many that you all do. And we appreciate that. We appreciate Paul.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second.
Helen, did you withdraw your motion?
So I'll withdraw my motion and change it to ask the planning commission, sorry, Jessica, to take this up at their next meeting and work with Paul and come back with, hopefully, potentially anyway, language that addresses this in a more narrow way and for our, whatever date it is, the 17th?
17th,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, for April 17th.
Can you do that?
So
That's my motion.
I'll second that. It's complex. All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
All right, so now we are up to item number 13, which is approve the use of up to $30,925 in the general fund balance to support one crossing guard at the Rick Marquette Central School for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year and purchase a speed radar sign at the Gertrude Chamberlain School. Jesse.
Yes, can I do a little table setting? And we have lots of our friends from the school district here with us tonight as well. So a couple of updates I want to provide since your last conversation about this. Immediately after the last Monday night council meeting, Public Works and Principal McDonald, who I think is also on the phone, and a number of other team members spent a lot of time looking at the city center traffic patterns, made some pretty significant operational improvements. Today I spent an hour with the superintendent talking through some of the other kind of district-wide issues and requests. What she and I came to at the end of today is that I think we've made a lot of progress, but that hasn't been well communicated. So we are going to jointly work on a communication to the community about where we have been as a city in making improvements to safety for our children and families, where we currently are and where we're going into the future, and send that out hopefully by the end of the week in her report and in our city news. So what's really before you tonight is the things that specifically require council action that are specifically policy related for your consideration. Additionally, at next week, at the 17th meeting, you'll be receiving a traffic planning manual that Public Works, citywide traffic planning manual that Public Works has been working on for many months, and be able to comment on that. So the specific request for tonight that has come from the superintendent and from our team is the allocation of funding from the general fund balance for FY23 to pay for a crossing guard here at Rick Marquette, as well as fast tracking the funding for the speed signage at Gertrude Chamberlain for a total of allocating, as Councilor Emery said, $30,925 from existing fund balance to pay for those things this fiscal year. That brings us down, our fund balance down to 9.09% of our operating budget. And just as a reminder, per council policy, you can't go below 8.33%. I do want to foreshadow for you that I anticipate that the school board will continue a request for $43,184 to fund that crossing guard through FY24. I would recommend that we consider that as we consider the FY23 fund balance or the FY23 surplus and how we're going to treat those funds moving forward. But that would be another ask for later in the spring, well in advance of next fall's school calendar standing up. So that's the summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Does anyone from the school district wish to say anything? Alex?
Sure, I'll say anything if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, thank you everybody for your attention to this matter. It's been heavy on my heart since last year when a student was struck near the South Burlington High School campus and very badly injured. And I think a lot of us within the school district are very, very nervous about when the next tragedy is going to happen, and we're trying to head it off as quickly as possible. And we so please, thank you for your patience with our sense of urgency towards this. And we do very much appreciate your consideration. In particular, we'd also like to ask for better communication between the construction site that's occurring at Market Street along with the elementary school and the school district in general, because it is helpful to know if there are going to be dump trucks and so on going through and along Market Street. And if it coincides with the morning pickup or the early or the afternoon dismissal, that is an especially dangerous situation. And I'm going to leave it at that. If Lisa wants to say anything, great. But anyhow, I just want to say that everybody in the school district is thankful for the city council considering this.
Thank you. Principal McDonald.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me again. And thanks for your comments, Alex. I just wanted to say that we have had really great communication with the developer. We had one day where we got some news that was unexpected, but since then we've really had excellent communication. And I just want to tell everybody that I appreciate you considering supporting us by helping us with a crossing guard. I know Sue Conley has been on tonight. She and I have been managing the crossing out on Market Street, and we've had some training from Officer Bree Williamson at the South Burlington Police Department. We appreciate everybody's support, and the more we're out there, the more that we notice the urgency that we really have to be thinking about, because our young people are pedestrians on those busy streets and they need everybody's support. So if you approve this tonight, thank you in advance for that. And I look forward to continuing to work with you as your neighbor. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. So I do have a couple questions, but I'll let others ask questions too. Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, I just had a couple questions, if that's all right. Yeah. Have you thought as a school board or as a school district or as a school, Principal McDonald, about future years for the crossing guard, even post-construction?
I'm thinking about through 2024 when that development is completed. And I also know that Tom talked to us about the traffic study that might result in some traffic lights or some help and so no, to answer your question directly, I haven't thought beyond 2024.
Okay.
Because I'm still waiting to see the results of the traffic study to see if that helps us with electronic pedestrian support. If we don't have that, then yes, keeping a crossing guard out there would be a priority.
Okay, and, oh yeah, please.
So that, as, just for the council's information, that comprehensive traffic study of City Center that we started a couple months ago, we should have findings of that by October, which would allow us to build costs into the FY25 budget for either crossing guard needs on either side of the equation, city or school fund, or infrastructure for signage and lights and other things.
And is that just for Central School, or is that for all of the other schools?
So that's specifically a traffic study for City Center and therefore Marcotte, but the other school zone studies CCRPC is helping us with that are on different timelines, but we think quicker or similar annual timelines, but maybe quicker month timelines. This will all be in our communication this week.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure because I received an email from Kate Bailey. Helen did too. I forwarded it on to the council. I said, Helen, sorry. I didn't see that until I had finished my email response back to Kate. But the reason why Chamberlain School received a study last spring and is having these modifications done now is because the principal of Chamberlain School contacted our Director of Public Works back in, I don't know, fall of 2021, asking for modifications on White Street because of safety concerns. So I just wanted us all to be thinking ahead to you know, post-construction, and also thinking across the school district, since those were concerns that Kate Bailey raised with me and wondering why one school was put ahead of the others. So I just wanted to put that out there since I communicated in an email with a school board member. All right, you have a motion.
So I move that the council approve the use of up to $30,925 in general fund balance to support one crossing guard at Rick Marcotte Central School for the remainder of the 22-23 school year and purchase a speed radar sign at the Gertrude Chamberlain School Zone.
Second.
Okay,
Discussion.
sure.
Question for Jesse and for Principal McDonald. Was there anything else that was discussed that would, that we could do right now that would have an impact?
Just in the future, I prefer that question to be before the motion and the second, because the reason why there was discussion before the vote last time was because I think all of a sudden Andrew said, oh, wait, I hadn't really looked at this language and processed it.
We got testimony on it that we
Right.
hadn't had before.
Right.
Okay,
right.
I apologize.
No,
I
no, no,
didn't-
no, it's just for information.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead.
So is there anything else that's been discussed that we could do right now that would further improve the situation in addition to this? Or are these felt to be the most? No. Was this felt to be the best solution time?
So I'll start, but Principal McDonald, please jump in. So what's before you is the things that require council action, i.e. allocating the resources. There have been a lot of other things that the principal and Public Works have done in partnership that don't require policy action or money. So and Lisa, this is where you know the details better than I. We've eliminated 2 parking spots out behind the building that were creating a visual hazard. Public Works has purchased some traffic, they're like pedestrian little dollies that you put in the middle of crosswalks for more signage that I believe are now in place. The developer installed the path behind the construction site, so the kids who live at Garden Street can walk with no crossing of Market Street. What else am I missing? Fencing. The fencing, we took down the screening at the corner of the fencing. So we've done a lot of operational changes that don't require council action. So what's before you is really the immediate need for money now so we can so the school can hire their crossing guard and so we can get going on the.
Okay. So is there anything else that could require council action that we could take action on tonight?
We've already got a motion and a second on the table, so we can't add any more action items right now. This was just a clarification question. Yeah. So before the motion, you could have asked that question.
Okay. Tim, would you like, I would like an answer to that because I think we have a responsibility to these kids.
Can we
I
call the
appreciate-
vote,
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair? We have a motion here presented by the city manager about what's needed today and what the school board has asked for, and that's what we're looking at right now, because they need this approved now. So
I understand
There's
it.
nothing, if they've taken other actions on their own. I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair, did you want to respond to
I will
Tyler?
just say that we have specifically warned items that we
Yeah.
are agreeing to tonight. So
Yeah.
if there are additional.
You know, Tyler, I would just say that there is a lot of communication going on with the school board and the superintendent and Jesse about the very long list of requests that the school board made. And I think the city manager tried to make it clear to us, and it may not be responsive enough for you or many of the parents in the school, but there's timelines and information that we're required to get through studies in order to have a plan in place to make some of the changes that the school board requested. I don't think there's anyone who is thinking those are outlandish requests. I think a lot of it is the process to get to the point where we can have potentially an action item before the city council to make it happen. But to just add some stuff tonight, I think would be irresponsible because we don't have the information. And we couldn't put it in place for quite a while.
I understand, and thank you. This is something that is, it's a very
I get
important
it.
issue. And if there's any, I just wanted to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to preserve or to protect these kids. And if there were other things that were asked for, and it's a question of budget, I just wanted to make sure that we were prioritizing accordingly. So
Well, I think you got that, right?
that's, and if there were other things that were asked for, I just wanted to get clarification on that. That's all.
We've all seen the memo from the superintendent, and she prioritized the top three, and I believe that we are responding as quickly as possible to those top three. There are two remaining items, including speed bumps and lighting, I think, that will be dealt with when that time allows.
Fair enough.
But yeah, okay. I think I'm ready to call a vote. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, which is to use up to $30,925 in our general fund balance to support one crossing guard at the Rick Market Central School, and to purchase a speed radar sign at the Gertrude Chamberlain School Zone. Please say aye.
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 That was unanimous. And thank you very much. We are definitely wanting to be partners here and to make everything as safe as possible for this to feel good for everybody involved. I realize that there are still issues that we need to work through, and we will. We will.
Thank you, Lissa, very much for your partnership.
Yeah. All right, item number 14, which is to discuss and approve the 2023 to 2024 council liaisons to committee assignments. Jesse, would you like to discuss
Sure.
that?
So last year, you adopted a policy about establishing council liaisons to committees. Thank you very much for doing that. I think it's been really helpful for the staff liaisons and the committees to have you all as partners in that work. So with, specifically with Matt and Tom stepping off the council, there are some appointments that need to be either reassigned or shifted around. I've outlined for you in the memo who the current liaisons are, when meeting groups meet, and it's for your discussion how you would like to move forward. The specific ones, if you're just focusing on the ones that we no longer have a liaison for, we're talking about bike ped, common area for dogs, public art, recreation and parks, and then Green Mountain Transit as well.
All right.
Councilor Chalnick suggested that he might like to be on the liaison for the Energy Committee, and I graciously would let you take that position if you would like. Well, then I'm going to take it back then. No, so,
Well, and I would be happy to let him take over the natural resources and conservation.
Well, that's very.
Those are dream assignments. That's very
Except that doesn't
gracious
solve any of our problems.
both of you.
Sure it does.
Very, very
sure It
gracious.
does, because I am sure that Helen and Tim are then going to say what they're willing to take on. Because I already have an inkling.
Told you.
I would like to remain on economic development if possible,
Okay.
but I need to move to another place, right?
All right, so the other places that we have open, I am very happy with my assignments as well. I know that for the Charter Review Committee, that is, we're in an ongoing process here, so I would really like to see that through. I was invited to be the liaison for the Affordable Housing Committee. I have not been asked to step away from that invitation. And I've been enjoying that work, and I enjoy that it really dovetails nicely with the Housing Trust Fund. So I would really like to hang on to my 3. Feeling that the Charter Review Committee in particular, I've been so close to their work that I believe I should stay on. So that leaves Recreation and Parks, Public Art, Natural Resource, sorry.
Bike ped.
Common Area for Dogs, Bike and Ped, yeah.
I'd be happy to take Bike and Ped and Parks and Rec.
All right, is that acceptable to people? Bike and Ped, that's a nice combination? That's a nice combination.
Okay. I would like to stay on planning, and
You have to stay on planning.
I have to stay on planning. I will stay on planning. It's like my second job. And then I'm willing to do the dogs and, the common area for dogs. That occurs right before planning, so make it like one night, and that'd be good.
Ooh, nice.
And then I'm happy to stay on the airport commission.
I could take public art.
All right.
I know somebody that's very interested in that.
And you're gonna stay on pension, right?
And what?
Stay on
Yes.
pension?
Well, that
Yeah,
was done earlier.
Yeah.
We'd have to like.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
You've already
that
done
was an
that. That's right.
organizational
Sorry,
meeting thing,
sorry.
so it's set in stone.
So we need the Green Mountain Transit. Is that something that, Tyler, you would do? You would be interested in?
I would be interested. I want to be careful not to overcommit.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So I'm just being totally transparent. 2 is going to be a stretch as it is. To do 3, I'm just concerned. So I'm happy to take up the mantle with that understanding, but if I'm being honest, I have concerns.
How often is the GMT? What?
I think it's once a month. It's on a Tuesday morning, 7 a.m.
I'd be willing to do it. I mean,
You've got the
anticipate
bandwidth.
having probably more time.
I'll tell you, why don't they put both of our names down?
Yeah.
And we can back each other up.
Awesome. You know what? If we can rotate,
We could rotate.
that'd be awesome.
We could rotate, but as a price for the Energy Committee, and I'm gonna miss the Energy Committee, because I really like those people, and I like what they talk about.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Is that everything?
No, there's also Channel 17 Town Meeting TV.
Channel 17.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just too much time right at the moment.
yeah.
Helen, I'm sorry I didn't look this up earlier. Is that a requirement that that's a counselor, or is that something that we could
No,
advertise for?
that can be, no, it can be someone from the public.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Would you like me to explore advertising for it?
Yes.
that would be good.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Just for council's awareness, I'm going to do that in conjunction with advertising for the Communications Union District appointment, which also can be anybody in the community. And I think there are some individuals who have more skills to do that than.
Oh, super. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you. I think we have agreement.
Very good. Well, thank you, everybody. That was very, very
That was easy. Yeah.
smooth. Well, I appreciate you, Helen, and Tim, because you get connected to committees. It's true.
We
So
appreciate you too.
Can you
We
just,
we
appreciate
do.
Tyler and Andrew and Jesse and Helen
That's right.
and nobody else.
well,
Steve, it's his first
Wait, oh,
meeting.
sorry, Steve. Sorry.
Can you take a quick vote just accepting as discussed?
of
please?
course. I guess somebody would like to make a motion that we accept the council liaisons as expressed.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That was unanimous, and I want to thank all now that we have approved the full slate.
And I move that we go into Liquor Control Commission.
Please do. Is that
I'll
a
second
motion?
that.
I needed a second. Do we get a second?
I second it.
Very
Okay.
good. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, so now we are in liquor control, and we have a whole slew of enterprises seeking.
I'll move that we approve all of these first, third, and second class
Yes.
liquor license renewals, except for one business. Let's pick one. For some reason. That's just a joke. I'm just kidding. It's already 10:45. We're
All
starting to
right,
lose
is
it.
there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 It's only 10:41.
And I'll now move that we come out of being the South Burlington Liquor Control Commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, now we have other business, and Tyler, you had a letter to share with us.
Yeah, it started out almost inadvertently, but I went last weekend or 2 weekends ago to go investigate the path that had been created out in front of Central School. And when I was down there, I had the opportunity to speak with a bunch of residents in that building. And they started, or several of them voiced their concerns about safety within that building and along that road, which.
Is that the Garden Street apartment building you're talking about?
Yes. Let's see, it would be
One on Market or the one back?
the one that's set back. Well, let me think. If you walk, it's the one that's immediately adjacent to the path that's been constructed. So it's behind, that's the path that's behind the new construction.
Yeah.
Is that Garden Street apartment or a different property?
It's a different.
A different property, okay.
And what struck me is how passionately these residents spoke about the safety issues in the building and around the building, number one, and number two, how they felt as though they had no choice but to try. All of them were trying, there were 6 in total, and they were all trying to actively move out, and they felt as though they were being forced out and they had nowhere else to go in South Burlington.
Forced out by?
They don't feel safe. One woman two of the individuals are senior citizens. They have grandchildren. They are not comfortable having their grandchildren come into the building or be around the building.
Because of residents.
Because of residents, and they don't feel it's safe. And I've asked, what measures they've taken, and they said, well, you're the first person we talked to, but candidly, we're a little scared. They only wanted to speak with me on the condition of anonymity, and they didn't want me to share their names for fear of any sort of retribution in the apartment complex.
So they haven't spoken to management?
They've spoken to management several times, but they felt as though that their concerns have fallen on deaf ears. And so I felt as though they took the time to write a joint letter. I felt as though I'd be remiss if I didn't at least bring it to the council's attention. I don't know what action we can take other than to, but it's concerning to me it's concerning to me for several reasons, and I don't want to, the biggest one being that if that is how we're directing kids to go to school on a day in, day out basis, that makes me really nervous, that these residents have these concerns. And I also think it perhaps some of their concerns, much lesser and much less urgent, but some of their concerns revolve around, and I think it's something that we may want to consider as we start developing our comprehensive plan. Several of their concerns, particularly from the senior citizens, were around this not being a suitable arrangement for families with small children. They complained about kids running up and down the hall, being disrespectful. It's just not. One woman, she characterized it as feeling terrorized by the behavior and the actions of these kids, and she was careful not to try and blame the children. She just felt as though they had nowhere to go. They can't play after school at Central because school's out. They have no other access. They have no other avenues, and they were asking for help. I don't have any solutions. I don't know what recourse we have, but as a counselor, I felt compelled to share it and to share their concerns with the council. So I am bringing it up. I'm happy to go to read the letter if it's helpful. I've summarized it as best I can, but my most urgent concerns are, one, their safety, two, the safety of kids that are walking by there on a day in, day out basis, and I guess I'm asking the question of the council: what actions can we take, if any, and what can we do to help these folks?
I, for one, think it's a building management. First step is contacting the summit and sharing, that counselors have been approached by residents and that there is a concern of feeling insecure, and we certainly, want all of our residents to feel secure. I think that's the first step. I don't know. I'm looking to someone who has
How old
more
are
knowledge about how
the
to
children
deal
that have been kind of running around and being disruptive? Are they school age or?
I think they're elementary school age. I
mean,
don't know
is it also maybe a conversation with the school? Aren't there after-school programs, or why isn't there something to occupy these kids?
There are wait lists. There's not capacity in our after-school programs. I'm assuming.
So
I don't know
so
if
that's maybe the core issue
We don't know
then.
the details.
We don't
Okay,
know, yeah.
but I mean,
So I think, I'm happy to have a anonymous, I don't know who these folks are, conversation with the property owners. I am curious if it's both buildings, because some of the concerns that you're articulating, we've also heard about the CHT building, so it could be it's happening in both buildings. So I'm happy to have a conversation with both property owners, because we've heard the concerns. I also am wondering what the options are for better engaging our community outreach team with the property managers, because it sounds to me like there's some unmet service needs. And that's what that team is for, to try and connect folks up. Yes, there are waiting lists, but there may be other, service things that we could help and provide. So that's something I would immediately offer. And then also, encourage, I don't know whether it's through signage or community development within building or something for folks to, I'm thinking out loud here, kind of go through some restorative process internally or create their own neighborhood in the building, or are there ways that we can support the communities in having their neighbors within building kind of positively identify each other? So that's where I would start, and I'm happy to do that if you all would like.
I think those are great suggestions, and I wholeheartedly support everything you said, Jesse, and I'm grateful to you for reaching out. And I do think that there's a lot of work to be done inside of these buildings, and the owner, I think, would be the good person to speak to, but I do think that the building manager needs some more support. And perhaps in both. Yeah.
Is that a good next step?
I think that sounds great.
I think that sounds reasonable. I mean, put that on your long list of things you do, but that's, you know,
I have a deputy.
that's great. That's what we need to do, but it's, you know, goes on and on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah. What I'd like to add to that conversation, if I could, because in the affordable housing community conversation for the city plan, the residents of CHT, the Garden Street apartment building that were attending that meeting, one of the issues, in addition to kids running through the hallways and somewhat creating a feeling of unease, is that the garden plots were being dug up by kids because they have nothing other to do than to, and so my husband suggested an idea, which is simply to fence that off and actually provide keys. There are plots, I think they're like 4 by 6 feet box plantings, and if you put a fence around there and with the owners of those plots, or I don't know if they're owners or what, but they would have a key to be able to get in and to do the gardening, that might deter some of that vandalism that, you know, might be completely innocent for lack. I also took a walk back there and I saw the swing that was covered in snow. We heard at that affordable housing community conversation that the CHT Garden Street Apartments manager had threatened to remove that swing. So I would follow up and ask about that. There certainly is not a lot of a playground there for, if that was intended to be a playground for the kids, it's really not much of one. So maybe some just communication, you know, that there could not only be supports with regard to social services, but, you know, what could be done with the areas. I mean, the woods are beautiful. If the cleanup could occur, what a great place to explore for a kid. I don't know, I'm just.
You mean the city park?
No, just if you go down that wood chip path, you know, there are woods that some belong to the school, some belong to the city, and some will unfortunately become a road. Become a road extension. But, you know, now that we know that there aren't encampments there, you know, once, I don't know, I haven't been back there again since last week, but if it's all cleaned out, it's a really nice wood. I mean, I don't know. Is there anything that Recreation and Parks could do that, you know, let's go explore, let's have, you know, scavenger hunt, let's, I mean, if these are little kids. Yes, I agree.
I'm on it.
It's a very tough conversation. All right, anything else? I think Tim's ready to go home. I think we're all ready to go home. Thank you, Helen, for tuning in from Florida.
Welcome.
Take
I'm
good
on
care.
my way home tomorrow morning, so.
Those committee assignments. Very generous.
Okay, at least President Trump's coming and going won't affect my flight.
Oh, right. Closed airspace.
I was afraid it would, but anyway.
And take good
All
care,
right.
Helen.
All right, bye-bye.
Motion to adjourn?
Bye-bye.
Yep. Adjourn.
We're adjourned. We don't need a motion for that in my book. Okay.
So,
That's what I'd like to hear.
Is there more
but while
to
the
sign
four
here?
of you are here,